Chapter 1258. The Abyss was a cursed existence. Chinrue had heard of this phrase before, but he had never heard of the latter phrase, supreme existence, God. Chinrue finally asked, "Where there is creation, there is destruction. Where there is light, there is darkness." Michael didn't care about the sudden damage to his body. Gods can have and represent the great power of faith, but they aren't truly perfect. You mean, looking at it from another perspective, they are just people with God-level strength? Chinrue asked again. Michael smiled calmly. This analogy is very appropriate. Those who look down on the common people aren't without desires. On the contrary, their desires and power are directly proportional. Perhaps it is because of this that evil consequences are caused later. As for the abyss, to be precise, it isn't a god, but a divinity of darkness. Divinity of darkness? Chinrue couldn't wrap his head around it. What did he mean? As soon as Michael finished speaking, more blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth at the same time. The blood was mixed with a green aura of destruction. All the blood was quickly disintegrated and annihilated in the air. Wait a minute. Sasbaka's voice appeared in the left eye. Deep fear could be seen in the left eye. Sasbaka's calculations weren't wrong. He had accurately calculated Chinrue, but he didn't calculate Michael. You must pay a high price to corrode my soul. Now, it's impossible for you to escape. Michael's right eye revealed a proud look. At this moment, he was still that proud archangel. Because of the curse, the negative soul has taken away a part of the divinity. This is the will of the abyss. Destruction, hatred, fear, despair. Before Chinrue could ask, Michael had already said it to himself. When he said this, there was an explosive sound coming from his limbs. He couldn't stand up anymore and slowly sat on the ground. Curse. Chinrue was still confused. Who cursed the gods? Who could curse the gods? Everything begins with the war of the gods. Michael sighed softly as if he was reminiscing about something. After revealing so many secrets, his body and soul had suffered unimaginable damage. However, he didn't care about it. He was just reminiscing. Battle of the gods. Chinrue thought of a very familiar term, the twilight of the gods. As far as he knew, there was a similar story in the myths of Earth in his previous life. It was like the war between the gods led by Odin and the giants in Norse mythology. Almost all the gods, including Odin and Thor, the god of thunder, fell. In the end, the universe was destroyed and order was restored. When he first came to the demon realm, Chinrue also used the version of Havoc in heaven to fool Aldos, Alice, and others. With the improvement of his strength and knowledge level, he knew that this world really had the twilight of the gods. It should be an unimaginable destruction. The huge corpses in the mysterious place, the gods that had been missing for countless years. There are a total of 2 battles of the gods. Michael's answer surprised Chinrue. There are actually 2? As soon as Michael said this, the outline of his body suddenly blurred a little, and his power and breath weakened rapidly. Chinrue suddenly realized, enough. That's enough. As expected, these secrets were taboos imposed by special rules. They couldn't be expressed in any way. Otherwise, they would suffer terrible backlashes or punishments. Soul damage, loss of power, and even loss of life. Seeing Michael's appearance, Chinrue's heart surged with sadness, not only for Michael, but also for his former friend. Michael shook his head. Ben Hong, who had been looking at him, said, "Let me say it." Satan, who was next to Ben Hong, was taken aback and looked at Ben Hong in surprise. Michael looked straight into Ben Hong's familiar silver and red pupils and shook his head slowly. "No need. You don't need to repay anything. You don't owe me, but you owe Tessaniel. What you need is, with her hope to live." Ben Hong and Michael looked at each other for a moment. Finally, they stopped insisting and became silent. "Wait a minute, or we can—" Sasbaka's voice sounded a lot weaker with obvious fear. He had been connected with Michael. He was also suffering the damage that Michael suffered. Facing the approaching threat of death, Sosbach was finally afraid. Don't you represent the supreme will that dominates fear? But now even you are afraid. Ridiculous. In the end, you are just the remnants of selfishness and cowardice. You shouldn't exist in this world. Michael sneered and looked back at Chunrui. He said, the first war of the gods was the war between the gods and the Supreme Being. In that war, the gods paid a huge price and finally destroyed the Supreme will that dominated and enslaved them. However, they were also cursed by the Supreme Will. Part of their divinity was taken away, and they merged with the negative souls of darkness and became the will of the abyss. The Supreme Being was sealed. Chunrui finally understood. It turned out that the bloody body that was besieged by the giants in the dream was actually the supreme existence above the gods, or it could be called the Supreme God. The giants were the gods. The bloody body was finally destroyed by the gods and turned into the I. This made Chunrui think of the succession of divine powers in Greek mythology. The Titans overthrew the rule of their father, the god of the sky, Uranus. However, the Titans were later defeated by their descendants, the Olympian gods led by Zeus. The first war of the gods didn't end. The gods were horrified to find that as the will of the abyss was destroyed, their power was also fading and dying. The divinity of darkness was like the twins of fate, tightly bound to them. If they destroyed themselves in the mirror, they would also be destroyed. Michael's words reminded Chunrui of his previous experience in the strange mirror world. This was the choice that Elucier gave him. If he killed the people in the mirror world, the main body of this world would also disappear. Since the gods destroying the will of the abyss was equivalent to suicide, then their final choice was banishment. Michael had already said the answer that Chunrui guessed in his heart. They banished the abyss to a space outside the main plane and sealed it. Then they used their power to seal the entire main plane and completely isolated it. It was like a box that wrapped itself inside. In fact, although this box protected itself, it also imprisoned itself. Chunrui nodded involuntarily, only to hear Michael continue. After thinking that they had completely solved the disaster of the abyss, the gods began to enjoy that kind of high and mighty life of freedom. However, their desires were endless. After losing their common enemy, the conflict between the gods intensified due to the conflict of interests. In the end, they split into two camps and once again started a war. If the purpose of the first war of the gods was freedom, then the purpose of the second war of the gods was desire. This was a terrible catastrophe that affected all living beings. Everything below the god level was cannon fodder. Just the pseudo-god level strength alone. Countless people died in the war. Later, the gods also began to fall. Ironically, in the end, the one who ended all of this was just a small chess piece in their eyes. Lucifer. Chunrui blurted out. In the illusion he saw, Lucifer used the supreme key formed by the 7 artifacts to summon the Eye and destroy the gods. Was this the truth of the twilight of the gods? What role did Lucifer play in the 2 wars of the gods? Why could he summon the Eye? What was his relationship with the elemental goddess Lafferty? What did the Book of Creation, Book of Destruction, and Book of Life and Death represent? After the twilight of the gods fell. Why could the abyss continue to exist? What secret was there in it? Although Michael had uncovered a shocking truth, many new questions had arisen. That's right. He was actually just a pitiful chess piece, shouldering a pitiful fate. He destroyed the gods not only for his own reasons, but also for the supreme. Michael's words came to an abrupt end. Chunrui turned around and saw that the green in the pupil of the left eye had dissipated. Sosbach's soul had been annihilated, and Michael's entire body had also become thin. This archangel had been holding on all this time, and now it was the final moment. His power was indeed far inferior to a strong enemy like Sosbach, but he did not lose. I used to think that you were him, but you are not. Michael's voice became ethereal. These words were not taboo, so he could barely hold on for a moment. You have to surpass him, surpass everything, Chinrue said solemnly. No matter how far I can go, I will remember you as well as Gabriel and Raphael. You are all respectable opponents. He did not say friend or companion, but opponent. This title was more suitable for the three angels. In life, there would always be some things that would be missed, and there would always be some people that would be forgotten. But there would also be some people that would not be forgotten, whether they were lovers, friends, or opponents. Chinrue's words caused a glimmer of light to flash past Michael's gradually dimming eyes. He nodded to himself, and then turned around to look deeply at Satan. So many years. We have been fighting for so many years. Satan quietly looked at Michael, his lips moving, but he did not say anything. Suddenly, he turned around and left. Michael did not look at Satan again. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Is there really another world? Chinrue was slightly shocked. At the last moment of his life, Michael asked the same question as Gabriel. There is. Chinrue forcefully said the answer. As soon as his voice fell, Michael's body turned into countless golden specks of light and scattered. On the distant mountain peak, Satan also raised his head and looked at the sky. In the wind, the golden feather slowly floated away. Chapter 1259. In the evening, Dark Moon's house. Chinrue looked up at the two moons that began to turn purple thoughtfully. Michael revealed many secrets at the cost of his life, revealing the fog that had been shrouding his heart. At least part of it. There were still many questions in his heart. The biggest one was that the will of the abyss was the dark divinity of the gods, cursed by the supreme god. It was equal to a part of the gods' life and power, so the gods did not dare to completely destroy them. Instead, they used the method of banishment and sealing. In the second war of the gods should have fallen under the supreme god's power summoned by Lucifer. Then, the will of the abyss, which was connected to the fate of the gods, should have dissipated. Why does it still exist until now? Sosbach and Delothro have been annihilated, but the will of fear and despair has not been destroyed. Ben Hong's words interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. As long as the right body is found, a new fear master and despair master will be born. Chinrue understood. The master is actually just the embodiment of the will, or just a slave. The will is the real abyss. Then, even if all three masters are defeated, it will not help. Unless the real will of the abyss is destroyed, it's not destroy. When Ben Hong heard the last sentence, he shook his head. It can only be surpassed. Chinrue thought of Michael's words before his death. You have to surpass him. Surpass everyone, surpass Lucifer, and then surpass a higher one? Well, you don't have to explain the rest. I will find the answer myself. Chinrue stopped Ben Hong's next words. At this point, the answer is no longer important. What matters is the result. If we can't change the result, everything is just in vain. Ben Hong knew what Chinrue was worried about, and he was silent. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Chinrue turned around and saw Satan. His original black hair had turned gray, and his whole person showed a sense of tiredness. Satan, your strength. Chinrue furrowed his brows. He could feel that Satan's weakness wasn't just on the surface, but his soul, life, and strength were declining at the same time. In fact, ever since that battle, Satan's strength had been weakening day by day. This was the result of extreme overdraft of his strength. Perhaps Chinrue can help you, Ben Hong suddenly said. If you trust me, I will do everything I can. Chinrue nodded. Although Satan's situation was terrible and couldn't be healed with potions or magic, the star sealing platform and God sealing platform might play a role. If Satan hadn't used Time Trap to hold Sosbach and the others back then, even if he and Rala could rush over, the demon realm would probably have been destroyed. You are not he and I am not she. Satan looked at Ben Hong indifferently. I have my own path. Even if this path is the most difficult, I will still go on. There was a little more respect in Chan Rui's eyes. He didn't force it. He just said, "Our 10-year agreement is still valid. I'm looking forward to it. This is a very difficult goal." Satan's eyes lit up and he nodded. "It's as difficult as your goal. I plan to return to Mountain Sacred." "Ah, I didn't mean to listen to your conversation, but what she said before was right. Surpassing is your only way." "Understood." Chinrue let out a sigh of relief. "It's really difficult, but it's still hope after all. The only hope." Satan looked up at the sky, and his figure gradually faded away. "At least the hope is still there." Ben Hong retracted his gaze and turned away. "Ben Hong, wait a minute, where are you going?" Ben Hong's footsteps stopped, and he didn't look back. "I'm just going back to my room." Chinrue had a feeling that he made a mistake. He scratched his head, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. At this time, Alice pulled Adeline and ran over. "Brother!" Chinrue was taken aback. "What's the matter?" Alice said excitedly, "Helen is back. Let's go pick her up." "You go ahead." Ben Hong said. "Oh." As soon as Chinrue responded, he was pulled away by Alice. Adeline bowed to Ben Hong's back and hurriedly followed. Ben Hong still didn't look back, but a soft light flashed through his green and red eyes. The corners of his lips were slightly curved. Bathing in the quiet purple moonlight, he continued to walk to the room. For the demon realm, the gate of the 2 realms of the Bloodclaw estate disappeared. The terrible war was finally over, but all the people who had experienced it would never forget this catastrophe in their lifetime. In fact, this battlefield wasn't really over, it was just a pause. The gate of the 2 realms would open again in 130 years at the latest. The opening this time would determine the fate of the entire world and all lives. 130 years. Ordinary humans didn't have such a long lifespan, but people still had descendants. For humans with certain strength, a lifespan of more than 100 years was just a beginning, not to mention demons. The only way to survive was to become stronger. The version of Endless Warrior Online was updated again. It removed the previous disguise and entertainment parts and became a game of pure training and strategic deduction. The enemy in it was the complete form of the Abyss. The strength and attributes of the monster were adjusted according to the data of this battle with the Abyss. The dungeon instance was divided into normal, hard, and epic levels. The monster siege activities became daily. Those who reached a certain level and achievement could participate in the challenge of the Hell Trial and experience the endless real monster army. There was no time limit until death. There was a frenzy of fighting and training in the demon realm. The 3 empires also held various reward and competition mechanisms accordingly. Whether it was demons, humans, or other races, they all showed unprecedented enthusiasm. Everything was for survival, although there were still unavoidable conflicts and disputes. In the face of the common ultimate enemy of destruction, the vast majority of originally opposing races, whether it was within the demons, humans, or between demons, humans, or other races, put aside the contradictions of many years and fought together. The development of the demon realm far exceeded the imagination of the races in the human world. The soaring economy and construction, as well as various novel things, deeply attracted the races in the human world. In particular, the only husband of the 3 empresses of the demon realm was actually Arthur Roland, now known as Chan Rue, who had been missing for many years in the Long Huang Empire and once became a news figure in the human world. In this battle with the Abyss, the strength he displayed far surpassed that of the 3 most powerful angels in the surface world, as well as the most powerful Satan in the demon realm. He was fully deserving of the title of number 1, and he was also the most crucial powerhouse in repelling the abyssal monsters. The biography video of I Have a Dream that he once released in the demon realm had already spread throughout the demon realm. I have a dream. We don't have to hate each other, and we don't have to conquer each other, because what we have and what we protect is beyond what we can get by conquering. This sentence was already familiar and deeply rooted in people's hearts. Perhaps it was more due to the power of that person, But it was precisely because of him that the demon realm avoided the misfortune of destruction in this catastrophe. He was the most important link between all humans and demons, and also the strongest guardian of all lives in this world. In the Battle of the Bloody Empire's Starlight Fortress, the elites of the demons and human coalition forces were almost wiped out. In the Battle of the Black Iron Mountain Range on the other side, the army led by Jia also encountered a fierce battle. Although they had the help of Maria, Span, Fire-Eye, and others, it was still extremely difficult. Fortunately, there were no Dominator-level enemies. After the Gate of Two Realms was closed, all the Abyss army was finally eliminated. After this battle, a huge monument was built in the Bloodclaw estate. The names of all the soldiers who died in this bloody battle were engraved on it. There was no distinction between races or genders here, only heroes who died in battle. A month later, a wedding attracted attention and reports from all parties. The two parties of the wedding were a male elf and a female demons, Shining and Rometi. Shining was once the eligible bachelor of the immortal capital of Silver Moon. He was currently the Legion leader of the Elf Archer Legion. Rometi was the Legion leader of the Fallen Angel Empire's Flying Cloud Legion. Both of them were demon overlord powerhouses. They were also famous archers and sharpshooters. Love was a complicated and wonderful thing. Some people might not be able to have sparks when they get along every day, but some people could fall in love at first sight or just need a trigger point. In the fierce battle against the Abyss side by side, the elf fell in love with the valiant demon's woman. At the critical moment of life and death while facing the Abyss, Shining, who had always been arrogant and introverted, took the initiative to express his feelings to Rometi. After the war, both of them were lucky to survive. After a romantic candlelight dinner, their relationship progressed rapidly. Everything happened. It seemed too fast, but it was so natural. The biggest focus of attention in this wedding was not the union of the two sharpshooters and the Legion leader, but the race. The union of demons and the races of the human world would definitely be regarded as a taboo in the past, but at this time and place, it was widely recognized and blessed. Jia, the Empress of the Fallen Angel Empire and the new Empress of the Elves, Phyllis, attended the wedding and sent their blessings to both parties. This was an epic-making wedding. Although it was hyped into a political event for many reasons, it was a perfect wedding for Shining and Rometi, the lovers. For many races of the demon realm, this was just the beginning of common survival and common development. In fact, Shining and Rometi were not the first alien couple to unite after the war. Half a month ago, Groas of Ryuzaku secretly got together with Tulsa of the Elves. The sparks of love were also ignited in the fierce battle of life and death with the Abyss. Groas once had a crush on Rala's mother, Maria, for tens of thousands of years, but Maria eventually got together with the Elf King, Span. Now, Groas himself also found an elf partner. Everything that happened was fate. Groas and Tulsa's wedding only invited friends in a small circle. Since he could no longer return to Ryuzaku, Span could not use the dragon's scale of wealth to avenge the loss of his family property that year. He could only use the newly produced top-grade liquor to get Groas drunk, which was considered as collecting some interest. In the song and laughter, the previous haze of death finally dispersed bit by bit. Life was so precious. These people who survived on the edge of death would only cherish it more. Chapter 1260. Outskirts of Dark Moon City, Blue Lake. Looking at the moon of the demon realm like this, it's an incredible feeling. Palgoris sat on the grass and looked up at the two silver-white moons in the sky. I think of Novak's famous moon poem. The cool wind blows your face. I, who is outside the window, bathed in the moonlight, listening to your tranquility. Rex on the side nodded. Although there was a big age gap between the two, they were friends when they were on the surface world. Palgoris admired Rex's political ability very much. He also carried out a series of centralization reforms in Ryuzaku under his suggestion, making the Dragon Emperor's position more stable. You're so elegant. It's a pity that you don't become a swindling bard. Dragon Emperor, a career with no future is really not suitable for you. The discordant voice came from Augula's, not far away. Although the two Dragon Emperors spared no effort to fight side by side against the Abyss, they were natural enemies once they were not in combat. Palgoris sneered, "It's better than having a guy who just eats and waits for death." The Dragon Emperor has been in power for thousands of years, and the Dragon Island is still a small force in the wilderness. This is called transcendence, understand? Aguilas retorted. Is Ryuzaku very strong? Isn't it just cozying up to the human forces? And the so-called dragon riders. It's simply betraying the dignity of the giant dragons to compromise. To put it bluntly, it's just offering its face to be a mount for others. Do you want to fight, Aguilas? Palgoris said sternly. A group fight or a one-on-one fight, say the word. If you're afraid, you're a coward. This is the demon realm with rich, dark elements. A one-on-one fight is bullying you too much. Do you dare to fight as a group? Palgoris's fighting spirit was strong, and he stood up. Let's fight as a group. The loser has to kowtow and make a detour when he sees the winner in the future. Do you dare? That settled. Aguilas also stood up, looked at the people nearby, and said confidently, Rala is Chenrue's wife. She is considered as the dragons of the demon realm. My people also have Laelia, Oliphius, Paglio, and Crobolus on my side. You can attack as you wish. Can your old man be any more shameless? Paglio took a sip of wine and looked at Lala speechlessly. Among the dragons who came to the Blue Lake for an outing today, apart from the few that Augustus mentioned, there was only Queen Sophia of Palgoris. Palgoris and Augustus were equally matched in strength. As for Sophia, she was a non-combat type. Even if Rala did not participate in the battle, there would be no suspense in this battle. Lala lowly shrugged with a look of, I don't know that old guy. Then she chatted and laughed with Helen. One of her hands habitually hugged the little mermaid princess waist. The little mermaid princess blinked her eyes and glanced at the lousy man who cried while holding a child. She slapped Lala's perverted hand away, stepped forward to take the bag, and hummed a nursery rhyme softly. The brat really didn't give face to his lousy father. When he heard this touching song, he stopped crying immediately, which made someone lose face. Palgoris did not argue about Rala's camp. He just glanced at Rex. This is very fair. Since you start to laugh at the Dragon Knight, then I will ask a Dragon Knight to help. Old friend, it's up to you this time. Me. The Emperor of the Long Huang Empire was stunned a little unexpectedly. Then he spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. Damn. Augustus secretly scolded Palgoris for being more shameless than him. Although Rex's strength is only a demon overlord, he is Chenrue's father. If he goes, Rala will be the first to change sides. I don't mean to look down on the Dragon Knight. Augustus rolled his eyes and pouted at Chenrue to change the topic. The real Dragon Knight I know. Well, this kind of dragons who have conquered the bodies and minds of dragons are. Are you sure it has such a relationship with humph? Finally, Augustus gave his in-laws some face, he thought, and didn't say Rex's name. Palgoris's face on the side had turned green. As he was about to speak, Chenrue, who had been involved in the battle, finally couldn't help it. Stop! Dragon Knight? If this kind of verbal attack continues, it will only endlessly increase the lower limit of moral integrity. During this period, Chenrue had been training hard. He didn't even have time to take care of his two babies, Duo and Daudu. Under the strong request of Isabella, Kia, Alice, and others, he finally managed to spare a day to organize this outing. Isn't the purpose just to relax for a while? Is it easy? Today is an outing, not a day of war. Chenrue shook his head. At this time, Duoduo's happy shouts came from a distance. Dad! He saw Duo carrying a small basket, followed by Alice, Adeline, Michelle, and another petite figure walking over. Look, I picked a lot of jade dragon fruit. Duo threw herself into her dad's arms and showed off the fruits in the small basket. Wah! My baby Duo is still the best. Chinrue kissed Duo. His precious daughter was the closest to his dad. As for that brat, Daodu, there was no need to mention her. She cried every time he hugged her. Brother, I picked a lot too. Alice also came over to report the good news. Chinrue stroked Alice's hair and looked at Michelle, who had a look of anticipation on her face. He scratched the little elf princess's nose. The little elf princess giggled and pulled Adeline over. Before anything happened, the Naga girl's face turned red. Chinrue smiled at another petite loli. That loli looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had silver hair and golden eyes. Her temperament was even more shy. She seemed to have a natural reverence for Chinrue. She looked at him timidly and hid in Sophia's arms. This loli was the soul on the ambergris that Chinrue saved in Ryuzuki. She was also the second oracle of the Galaxy Divinity Temple, second only to Veronica. Avril. Avril accepted the power of the super system, and her soul power was much stronger than before. In addition, Chinrue's current strength was much stronger than before, so he could appear outside as a projection clone for a longer period of time. Even so, it was enough to make Avril's mother, Sophia, ecstatic. Auntie, this jade dragon fruit that you eat was picked by Duo herself. Duo took the small basket and began to distribute it. Faye! I was singing with Helen and coaxing her. When she saw Duo coming over, she touched the little girl's face lovingly. The anxiety when she fled to the demon realm with her father had long disappeared. Now, this big family made her feel unprecedentedly at ease and happy. Auntie Helen, Auntie Athena, Auntie Kia. Duo sent it all the way and walked to Rex. Grandpa, this is the biggest one for you. Rex took it. When he saw the little girl for the first time, the scene of the little girl waving her hand constantly appeared in front of him again. Some kind of emotion slowly gathered in his heart. The long-lost feeling filled his chest, and his vision became a little blurred. He solemnly took the fruit, but he didn't eat it. He held it tightly in his hand. At this moment, he was no longer the dignified emperor who was vigilant against everyone. Instead, he was a peaceful grandfather who enjoyed the happiness of his family. The little girl noticed this scene and thought it was not enough. She secretly took another one for Rex. Grandpa, you must eat it. It's very fragrant. Definitely. Rex smiled. Faye! Looked at her father in surprise. In her impression, it seemed that she only saw this kind of smile from Rex when she was very young. Sophia held Avril and pointed in the direction of Palgoris. Palgoris no longer paid attention to Augustus at this time. He just stretched out his hands to his daughter, and a rare softness appeared on his face. Avril hesitated for a moment and ran toward Palgoris. The two figures overlapped. It was obviously not the time to talk. Augustus looked at the intimate look of Palgoris and his daughter with a little envy, and then looked at his 2 daughters. Don't even think about it. Lala turned her face away and showed the back of her head to her father. Give me money. Give me money. In the distance was Oliphius, who was playing mahjong with Lomont, Crobolus, and Delia. She didn't see her father's expectation at all. Well, I lost to the damned Saint Dragon this time. Augustus couldn't help but burst into tears. Fortunately, the little girl's grandpa Augustus gave him a little comfort. He picked up the little girl and went around to give out jade dragon fruit. I won. The black dragon chick excitedly spread out the cards in her hand. I won it myself. 3 elements. Give me money. Wait, this card doesn't seem right. The sharp-eyed Lomont caught the get-rich card that the black dragon chick just grabbed, and he suddenly smiled. Where is Dodo? I want to invite him to the Princess Retail Store to eat a luxurious meal later. The mahjong card in Lomont's hand suddenly swelled and turned into a translucent onion. His saliva dripped. Luxurious meal. This is what you said. Oliphius, Crobolus, and Delia called out the name of the black dragon chick in unison. The cheating black dragon chick pretended to be at a loss. What? The real original. What? Fairy Miss Long was next to Dowdoo. She teased the little guy with a smile. Dowdoo, where is Mom? This kind of identification game was the little guy's favorite. She pointed to Athena. Where is Aunt Rolla? The little guy pointed to the fairy dragon accurately. Where is Dad? Dowdoo looked at Chun-Rui, and her mouth suddenly flattened as if she was about to cry. No way. Chun-Rui was speechless. I just don't have time to hug you. I was a little impatient last time and accidentally pricked you with my beard. Can this hatred last so long? I'm your father. While Chun-Rui was muttering, Madame Dowdoo had already cried out. For a while, all the women's unkind eyes were focused on Chun-Rui, making him feel creepy. After crying for a while, she simply turned around and didn't even look at her dad. She reached out to Ben Hong, who was outside the circle of women. Hug! This was a very strange thing. Duo had always been a little afraid of Ben Hong. She didn't know if it was because of the midwifery, but Dowdoo was very close to Ben Hong. Ben Hong hesitated a little. Looking at Athena's encouraging face, he finally stepped forward and hugged Dowdoo. His movements were careful and clumsy, lest he couldn't hold her well. Dowdoo seemed to be in a good mood and laughed happily. Naughty children always liked the new and hated the old. Ben Hong quickly returned the child to Athena and still stood aside. Although they were far apart, it felt like he was no longer the outsider who would only watch from afar. It's really a great moonlight. Chun-Rui smiled at Palgoris and lay comfortably on the grass in the noisy and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 1261. In the arena, the cheers were loud. Two battle teams were fiercely competing. The difference from the past was that one side was the human team and the other side was the demon's team. In the gradual integration into the life of the demon realm, humans gradually fell in love with the battle ball, a new sport that integrated individual confrontation and team cooperation. Not only was it enjoyable and confrontational, but the most important thing was the tacit understanding, which was also very important for the battle. The humans had just been exposed to the battle ball, and they showed amazing comprehension in this aspect. However, compared with the experienced demons team, there was still a big gap. In addition to the humans, the human team on the field also had elves, orcs, and ground dragons. It was a veritable multinational force. Despite their best efforts, the human team still fell behind with a big score of 1-6, and they were only followed by one of the two league teams of the Dark Moon Estate, the Red Blood team. Although the score gap was relatively large and the scene was controlled by the Red Blood team, most of the time, the human team did not give up and still actively fought. The cheerleaders of the human world races on the stands showed the greatest enthusiasm and encouragement to their team as if they were the leading party. In the end, the Red Blood team easily won 11-3. The audience did not leave because there was a second, more exciting game next. The two sides were the Tulip team of the Fallen Angel Capital and the Isidore team of the Bloody Empire. These two Battle Ball games were only the preliminary round of the Battle Ball in the Demon Realm games. This Demon Realm games was divided into two major events, the team event and the individual event. The team event included the Battle Ball and the Virtual Abyss Battle. The latter was carried out in the Magic game, Endless Warrior Online Abyss Edition, which would be broadcast live to the audience on Magic TV. The previous bloody battle with the Abyss had already shown that unless one reached the peak level of strength, the role of individual force in this kind of war was very limited. One must rely on the cooperation of the team. The concept of esports had been prevalent in the entire Demon Realm as early as the Three Empire City Alliance. This was also related to the characteristics of Endless Warrior Online itself. If a game enthusiast transmigrated here, he would definitely exclaim, "This is our ideal hometown." Because playing the game well in the Demon Realm was definitely not a proper job, but an enviable star. He would also be valued by the country and be recruited into the Academy or Advanced Combat Legion. The new third general of the Shadow Empire, Neo, was a perfect example of a successful player in the game of Magic. Neo's commanding ability, during the Battle of the White Sea on the surface world had caught everyone's attention. Even famous generals like George and Geraint were full of praise for his commanding ability. Everyone knew that the calamity of the abyss had not truly ended yet. People had to learn to overcome their fear and bravely face these terrifying enemies, fighting to the end. This was the main theme of this virtual competition, and it was supported by all the races. Individual events included archery, construction puppets, and unrestricted combat. There were also aspects of esports. For example, archery wasn't as simple as shooting arrows at a target. One of the events was to kill or snipe a certain number of abyssal monsters within a set amount of time while escaping unscathed. In addition to virtual competition, there was also real puppet control. As for combat, it was always the most attractive event. Different from the past, this time it was divided into two groups, super level and normal strength. The two dragon emperors of the surface world and the demon realm dragons would be in the super level group and accept the challenge of the final winner. This was the first great games of the demon realm. There was no race and no limit on the number of people. There was a corresponding elimination round in the game of magic. Everyone could sign up. As long as they reached the standard, they would be qualified to participate in the main competition. It caused a craze in the entire demon realm. The significance was equally extraordinary. All races united and became stronger through training to fight against a common enemy. In fact, many people, especially the high-level powerhouses, were very clear that strengthening the body was only the foundation. It was to strengthen the ability to survive against the Abyss army. What really determined the outcome of the entire war was the peak duel of the highest level. In the previous battle with the Abyss, the Coalition army suffered a heavy loss of peak fake gods. The three strongest angels of the surface world were all dead. Raquel died in the hands of Sosbach, and Satan's strength was greatly damaged. Although two of the three lords of the Abyss were annihilated, the will of fear and despair did not really disappear. As long as there was time, a new lord would appear. Taking a step back, even if there was only Quiriana left, the demon realm would not be able to defeat her. If Quiriana did not come during the battle of the Starlight Fortress, because she had not recovered from her internal injuries, the outcome would probably be different now. Currently, only 3 people who could fight against the Lord of the Abyss were Chun Rue, Rala, and Ben Hong. Ben Hong was a veteran peak powerhouse of the same generation as the 3 angels and Satan. He had experienced 2 battles of gods, so his strength was unquestionable. Rala had inherited the divine spark of the elemental goddess and was the great elemental envoy of the elemental realm. Her future was limitless. However, everyone knew that Chinrue was the biggest hope. The vast Milky Way shone with dazzling radiance. Chinrue was quietly looking at the galaxy in front of him. In his pupils, images appeared one after another. These images included the real experience of his battle with the 3 Lords of the Abyss, as well as the simulation of the battle in his consciousness. In the simulation of the battle in his consciousness, his opponent was the strongest Quiriana. During this period, he had been training hard in the training ground almost day and night. His strength had improved a lot compared to the battle in the Abyss. However, even if he tried his best and completely fused with the god of Stars' mirror at the cost of burning his life, referred to as burning stars, he could only barely defeat Quiriana's first Abyss transformation. Once she used the second transformation, he would definitely be the one to lose. Chinrue felt that his current strength had reached a bottleneck. Burning his life to fuse with the god of Stars' mirror was already his strongest state. Even a small step forward was extremely difficult. Besides, he did not know if Quiriana had other trump cards. Did he really have to use the Supreme Key? He now understood that the Supreme Key's purpose was to summon the power of the sealed Supreme Existence. The appearance of this power could destroy the gods, and it was very likely to destroy everything. It might even bring about unpredictable and terrible consequences. That was why Lucifer had given him such an instruction. Michael also said that if he did not use the Supreme Key, there would still be a glimmer of hope. If he used it, there would be no hope at all. If that was the case, then what was the point of Lucifer giving him this supreme key? Wouldn't it be more effective to disassemble it into the 7 artifacts to increase his actual combat strength? However, Chinrue also understood that no matter how strong the 7 artifacts were, they were still external objects. During the period when he had just lost the 7 artifacts, he indeed felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, he was secretly vigilant. He used to rely too much on these artifacts. Once he lost them, not only his strength, but he also felt that his confidence in battle was somewhat lacking. Only the power that belonged to him was the most real and reliable existence. It was precisely because he had overcome this discomfort that his strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. From not being a match for the 3 Abyss Dominators at all, he was now able to go head-to-head with Quiriana. However, he was only barely able to go head-to-head with her. He could not truly surpass her. Michael, Ben Hong, and Satan had all said that only surpassing was the only way to defeat the Abyss. Chinrue was not sure what the true meaning of surpassing was, but he could not even do something as simple as defeating her at the moment. Seeing that himself was about to be completely destroyed by Quiriana, Chinrue stopped the deduction of this battle of consciousness. As he had to go all out to fight against Quiriana, he had used the power of burning stars. Even though it was just a deduction, it still consumed a considerable amount of life force. Right now, Chinrue only had less than 1/5 of his life force left. With his level of strength and the life that Paglio had shared back then, under normal circumstances, his life force would probably be close to limitless. With such a consumption, one could imagine the intensity of cultivation and deduction. Burning life force was not simply for the sake of increasing one's strength, but to infinitely approach the ultimate level. If one could touch the edge of that power, perhaps they could truly surpass. Chinrue rested for a while and left the training ground. When he returned to the Galaxy Divinity Temple, he happened to see Veronica holding Avril's hand and talking. As soon as she saw him, Avril, who was still talking, immediately became shy and bowed to him from afar. Chinrue knew the little girl's personality and did not mind. He patted her head. Avril did not dodge, but she seemed a little nervous. After saying that she was going to check the temple, she disappeared in front of the Tower of Faith. "You won't even let such a young girl go." Veronica said with a smile, "You think too highly of me." Chinrue shrugged and stepped forward to hold Veronica's hand. "As a victim who has been coveted by a female teacher since she was a child in the academy, I strongly object to you substituting your own hobbies for me." Veronica rolled her eyes at him. In the end, the female teacher was kidnapped by that young man. This is one of the few achievements I am proud of. Chinrue smiled and kissed her face. It is also one of the most fortunate things. Me too. Veronica revealed a gentle expression and suddenly asked, "What are you going to do about Ben Hong?" Her? Chinrue was stunned. "What can I do? She followed you through fire and water, and even fought for you without hesitation. Although she didn't come here much before, I could feel her loneliness. Some time ago, I heard from Innie that Ben Hong got Gabriel's power. His physique has changed now. Although it is not a complete light attribute body, it is no longer a dark attribute or a lamp spirit's body. At that time, I was thinking that maybe Ben Hong can let Duo and Daodu have another younger brother or sister." Chinrue smiled bitterly. "I really didn't think about this." "Then your relationship with Ben Hong." "Exactly." Before Veronica finished speaking, she was suddenly taken aback. She turned around and saw Ben Hong's figure appearing behind her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to listen to you guys." Ben Hong's face was still indifferent, but his eyes were evasive for a moment. But he quickly regained his solemnity. He said to Chinrue, "Something big happened. Go outside and take a look." Chinrue rarely saw Ben Hong's solemnity, so he knew that it must be serious. He quickly withdrew from the Galaxy Divinity Temple, and his consciousness returned to the Dark Moon's residence. Walking out of the house, he saw Rala, Benhong, Palgoris, Augulus, and others gathered in the yard. Everyone only had one action, which was to look up at the sky. He saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Chenrue instinctively felt that the dark clouds were not simple. They exuded the most original aura of power. Just a glance at them made him feel like a heavy mountain was pressing down on his heart. The dark clouds were endless, covering the entire sky of the demon realm. "Dad, where is the moon?" Duo looked at the dark clouds curiously and asked. "I don't know." Chenrue shook his head, but he had a hunch in his heart that the two moons shrouded in dark clouds might never appear. Chapter 1262. 7 days had passed, and the dark clouds that covered the entire demon realm's sky had never dissipated. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but everyone felt a depression that was difficult to dispel in their hearts. Chenrue's hunch was correct. Since that day, the two moons had never appeared again. For the demon realm, the two moons were equivalent to the sun and the moon. Without the two moons, it was equivalent to losing day and night. No matter what time it was, the sky was gloomy. This impact was not only on living habits, but it would also bring about various terrible consequences. Just stopping the growth of food alone was a fatal blow. In the past few days, Chenrue and others tried various methods. Rala's magic, Chenrue's attack, Starlight's bombardment. However, even if they could temporarily break through the dark clouds, they would soon return to their original state. They could never completely disperse it, as if the haze in the sky was an inseparable part of this world prison. Unless the entire world was destroyed. This abnormality was by no means accidental. It was probably related to the abyss that occupied the surface world. Although the gate of the two realms was closed, and the abyss creatures, including Quiriana, could not lift the space blockade and descend into the demon realm, everyone still underestimated the means of the Abyss Lord. As the dark will with divinity, it had vast wisdom and countless mystic arts. It definitely wanted to completely destroy the entire demon realm through this means. This form of destruction was more thorough and more terrifying than the previous invasion of the army. Although the gate of the two realms would only reopen in 100 years, it seemed that Quiriana did not intend to give Chenrue and the demon realm a chance to catch their breath. This was also a recognition of Chenrue's potential from another perspective. However, for Chenrue and the entire demon realm, the shadow of death that had just faded surged again and engulfed hope. Chenrue did not give up because of this. He immediately summoned the alchemy grandmasters and masters of all races, as well as the elven magic civilization researchers, to hold an emergency discussion meeting in the capital. Artificial moon. When Chenrue proposed this idea on the podium, almost everyone was shocked. Aguile. No. Sir Chenrue, please forgive me for being blunt. The president of the Mechanic Association of the Shadow Empire, Anderson, was the first to stand up. Even if you are the most powerful alchemist in the world, I have to say that this is an impossible idea. We can create the most delicate items or equipment, but we can't create the sun, moon, and stars. Only gods can do this. Almost everyone present agreed with this statement. Chenrue looked at Anderson, then at the crowd, and smiled. Master Anderson. No, you should have already entered the realm of a quasi-grandmaster. First of all, I have to congratulate you. However, I have to say this. With your current knowledge and state, the possibility of you advancing to a grandmaster is almost zero. As the world's top mechanic grandmaster, although Chenrue was fully qualified to say this, his tone was still too heavy, especially in front of so many elites in the alchemy world. However, Anderson was not annoyed. It was not his first time dealing with Chenrue. He knew very well that the other party was not arrogant. Instead, he looked surprised and bowed. Please advise. For example, before the first legendary grade equipment is born, will our knowledge always stay at the excellent grade? At that time, Well, we know that there are legendary grade and even God grade above the excellent grade. If we haven't even thought about it, then how did the legendary grade equipment appear in this world? Chen Rui's question made Anderson shake his head. A few people such as Tatenis, Fanoa, and Kikui had already shown thoughtful expressions. I once said something at the last Demon Realms exchange meeting. Once the thinking is fixed by a certain framework, it is equivalent to killing the real imagination. From the time we made the first equipment, our lives have been integrated into the world of creation. Whether the sun, moon, and stars are created by the gods or not, the essence of creation remains unchanged. As Chen Rui spoke, a faint light appeared beside him. It slowly evolved into some shapes. There were magic lamps, TVs, mobile phones, magic airships, magic guns, battle balls, and other new things in the past 10,000 years. Not only that, but there were also many things that the people present had never seen before. The alchemists suddenly whispered, "What is that four-wheeled thing running fast on the road? Is that kind of high-rise building with hundreds of floors possible? There is also the huge thing flying in the starry sky. Is it a ship? Those things just now may appear in our world in the future, or maybe not, but something new. Because the steps of creation are endless." A bright cosmic starry sky appeared behind Chen Rui. If you want to do this, you must have the courage to break the original thinking inertia and break the shackles of imagination. Creation is infinite possibilities. If we lose the possibility, then our world and our power will stagnate. First, we must think, then we can transcend. When he said transcend, a light suddenly flashed in Chen Rui's mind. Everyone present felt that the illusion of the cosmic starry sky was suddenly full of vitality, as if it really existed. At this moment, many people seemed to be touched by some mysterious breath, and inspiration surged in their minds. Chen Rui came back to his senses. When he thought of touching the strange light in his mind for the first time, he could no longer do it. He paused slightly and said, "To put it simply, there are only things that can't be imagined, but there is nothing that can't be done. Lord Anderson, I hope that you, I, and everyone can create new possibilities." Anderson felt as if he had seen a new door. As long as he touched this door, he could truly break through the shackles and reach a new height. He was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully to Chen Rui with the etiquette of a student and sat down. Anderson wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many alchemy elites with extraordinary potential were the same. After breaking through some kind of thinking shackles, many creative ideas emerged for a while. Some people began to boldly go on stage to explain their ideas. As for the material problem, I think we need a carrier of fire and light power. We can imitate the principle of the magic lamp in our human world and use tungsten crystal as the main body. The one on stage now was the human mechanic grandmaster, Ferracini, who was as famous as Kikui. This idea was approved by many people. However, someone quickly raised an objection. The illumination range of the heat generated is too small, and the energy consumption is too huge. To cover the residential area of the demon realm, we need tens of thousands of them. In terms of heat and light, we can use the Mageweth circuit to increase it. This circuit can also greatly reduce the problem of energy consumption. Ferracini drew complex Mageweths on the board. This was his best field. Some of the original circuits were even the result of many years of research. At this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't care less about hiding it. When many Mageweth research masters present saw these circuit diagrams, they couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Ferracini's Mageweth attainments are amazing, but the demon realm is not comparable to the human world. Too much heat and light will be counterproductive. The material must be changed. Moreover, the cost of manufacturing is still high. Even if we use your circuit transformation, only considering the density of the population, we need at least thousands of moons to rise at the same time. Tatini's suggestion made Ferracini himself fall into deep thought. Actually, we can only use one. A timid voice sounded. For a while, the venue was silent. All eyes were focused on the somewhat pretty girl with glasses. This girl was Beluin, the daughter of Turia, the president of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association. Her mother was also a mechanic master, Mavina, who attended the meeting. You just said that we will only use one. Ferracini didn't put on the airs of a grandmaster, but he asked seriously. Beluin blushed when she felt everyone's gaze, but she still nodded. Please come to the stage. The alchemy world paid attention to those who reached first, so Chenrue did not hesitate to use the word please to Beluin. Beluin looked at Chenrue, and she was emboldened. Under the encouraging eyes of her parents, and Fanoa not far away, she walked to the stage. My idea is to create a light source, then use many reflection points to spread throughout the demon realm. In this way, the cost will be greatly reduced, and the durability will also be. Chenrue's eyes lit up. He secretly marveled and showed a look of approval. Mirror? Ferracini, who was below the stage, had already reacted. He showed ecstasy. That's wonderful. Everyone also understood that Beluin's idea was indeed ingenious. She only needed to create a light and heat source. Then the objects made of suspended reflective materials in the air could achieve the effect of illumination on a large scale. She could also change the light source to realize the alternation of day and night. She could even create hot light and cold light to adapt to more crops. Also, Sir Ferracini's Mageweth circuit, just now. I think the circuit part can be improved in this way for the third and fifth drawings. The amplification may be better. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me, Sir Ferracini. Beluin courageously drew 2 small sketches next to the Mageweth circuit diagram drawn by Ferracini. Ferracini stared at the 2 sketches closely, and he suddenly shouted, startling Beluin, "Genius!" Ferracini clenched his fists excitedly. You are the most outstanding genius in the Mageweth field I have ever seen. Are you interested in being my disciple? I'll teach you everything. By the way, who is your original teacher? Even if it is a duel, I want to. Ferracini's excitement and enthusiasm made Beluin stunned in place for a while. The lazy voice of the elf grandmaster, Fanoa, sounded below the stage. Wait a minute, Ferracini. Are you sure you want to duel with me? Sir Fanoa, it turns out. Ferracini was dumbfounded. Fanoa is an elf grandmaster who once gave me pointers in alchemy. He is one of the most important mentors on my road to success. I didn't expect this genius demon's girl to be an elf grandmaster's disciple. Fanoa smiled and said, Although Beluin is my student, I'm not very competent as a teacher. Besides her attainments in Mageweth, I don't have much to teach her. If you insist on a duel, I'd better admit defeat. I'll just take it as a competitor. Ferracini had already understood Fanoa's meaning, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Under Fanoa's signal, Beluin bowed to Ferracini as a teacher, and the alchemists present applauded. Beluin's creativity solved the most difficult core problem of the artificial moon. The next problem was the material problem of the main heat source and the mirror image. There was a fierce discussion in the venue again. For a time, all kinds of ideas and wonderful ideas appeared. Looking at this scene, Chenrue showed a knowing smile. 2 heads are better than Zhuge. Sure enough, brainstorming is the best way to solve the problem. If I'm alone, even if I'm only heaven-blessed, it's impossible to have such an effect. Suddenly he felt a certain gaze. He turned his head and saw that it was the most dazzling hero of this seminar, Beluin. She still looked like the girl next door. Her eyes, under the glasses, were calm. Seeing that Chenrue noticed her gaze, Beluin's face blushed again, but she did not look away. She still looked at him boldly. Chenrue clearly felt the emotions in that gaze. It was the same as back then, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. He suddenly realized that she must have known the truth of the past. In order to find mountain, sacred, and fertile Yuan soil, Chenrue went to the Bloody Empire and worshipped Turiya as a mechanic apprentice. Later, he deliberately betrayed his master for the secret of the 4th floor of the library pavilion. At the same time, he also used the name of Fonsac's disciple to expose the true face of the top mechanic master at that time, Nate. He finally successfully escaped by faking his death, and the distance between him and Belluin was getting farther and farther. Now, Belluin actually learned that the dead Richard was him, so the person who exposed the truth could only be the few people who knew. Not far away, Master Fonsac, who saw this scene, turned his head a little guiltily, pretending not to see Chenrue. Belluin did not come over to blame Chenrue or call his other name, but she just showed a gentle smile from afar. Then, slowly, she turned her face away. She still remembered what he said before he left. "We are not from the same world." She now knew that he was afraid of implicating her and her parents at that time. Later, he went to the Mechanic Association to save her father, Aguile, which was also him. However, he didn't know that as a member of the Bloody Empire, she also participated in the previous battle of the Starlight Fortress. She was a mechanic who was responsible for the maintenance of the fortress's magic, crystal cannons, and ordnance. Fonsac was also present, just when she was pierced by a bone spur in her chest and was about to collapse. Fonsac told the truth of the past in order to motivate her. The obsession in her heart finally made her struggle to survive from the line of death. Mechanic Grand Master, husband of the 3 empresses, the strongest man in the demon realm, the human prince, they are indeed people from 2 different worlds. However, as long as I smile at him from afar, the world is in my heart. Chapter 1263. In this world of magic, it was not difficult to make an artificial moon float in the air. The most difficult thing was the material problem. How to truly create the most suitable light source for the demon realm creatures, and what kind of reflector could perfectly reflect light and heat. After many experiments, everyone finally overcome this difficulty and determined the final material selection. After the elf Grand Master Fanoa proposed the view that the entire group of moons should be a complete magic circle, Chenrue integrated some of the magical uses of ancient runes, which made the quality of the moon leap again, and the quantity was also greatly reduced. In the end, in less than 2 months, the first generation of artificial moon was basically developed successfully. When hundreds of moons rose into the sky at the same time and shone on the demon realm again, everyone cheered. For the life of the demon realm, this was not only a miracle, but a miracle. This was inseparable from the calculations of the wisdom core of the City of Stars, Crystal Phoenix, and it was also inseparable from the efforts of all the experimenters who participated in the research and discussion. This was the result of collective wisdom. Although the sky was still hazy, the hope in people's hearts had been lit up by the rising moon. The original panic and chaos finally subsided. After experiencing so many things, the originally somewhat chaotic situation had become increasingly stable. The various forces of the human world had joined the demon realm's confederation. In this way, in addition to the original 3 empires, humans, dragons, elves, dwarves, and orcs had all become members of the alliance. The base camp of the Dark Dragons was far away on the Dragon Island, and the original members of Ryuzaku also chose the archipelago of the Dead Sea as their base. Although the 2 Dragon Emperor were usually sworn enemies, they still had the same view on the survival of the dragons. That was, the dragons joined the alliance and helped each other. The residence of the elves was in the Blue Lake mountain range of the Dark Moon Estate. The original location of the City of Stars was specially approved by Jia as a separate small estate for the elves under the protection of the fallen angel empire. Chenrue fulfilled his promise that day and planted the tree of nature in the elves' residence using the method of transplanting the creature of faith. He returned the holy tree that the elves had always been concerned about. The elves finally understood why the legendary prophet Alusir insisted on handing over the tree of nature to this human for protection, and she did not take any action even if he did not return within the time limit. Instead, she shouldered all the disputes in the tribe. If it weren't for this decision, the Tree of Nature would have been destroyed when Quiriana destroyed the Silver Moon immortal capital. It would be equivalent to completely destroying the elves. Accustomed to the harsh environment of the Nightmare Plane, the orcs, who were brave and aggressive by nature, were obviously very used to life in the demon realm. Their hard-working qualities made them popular employees and mercenaries. The leader of the orcs was Fug, who had the golden behemoth bloodline. He successfully broke through to the level of kingdomization in the battle with the Abyss. However, for some reason, the orcs, including Fug, were particularly in awe of the elves, especially the current elf prophet, Zelanya. They simply regarded her as the most revered shaman wizard. The dwarves integrated into the demon realm faster. The reason was very simple. The demon realm's wine. After the millet wine, the popularity of white wine set off a craze in the demon realm again, especially the surface races. Their demand for this wine far exceeded expectations. Both white wine and millet wine actually had their own merits, but in the eyes of the dwarves who liked spirits, this was the real good wine. Even the millet wine that they used to like was not worth mentioning. Compared with these rare races, humans were the race with the most integration with the demons. After the marriage between the elf Sheening and the fallen angel royal family, Remedy, many humans began to marry the demons. Some did it for survival, some to find dependence or other reasons, and there was no lack of real feelings. The human expatriates were all over the territories of the demon realm, but due to the largest number, there were also the most contradictions. The humans formed a temporary alliance, mainly with the original two holy empires as the core. The Long Huang Empire had the most powerful existing forces, and Rex the Great and Chenrue had the most special relationship of father and son. So he was the highest representative with Rambus as his deputy. After the human alliance joined the Confederacy, the relationship with the demon realm became closer. Of course, this was in the context of a common enemy. If it was another era, even if the demon realm and the surface had no feud, it would be impossible to unite like this. In someone's harem, Helen's return to the house did not cause too much shock in the harem. The long silver hair was a sign of losing the siren's heart. If she didn't sacrifice the siren's heart, Chenrue's soul would have been destroyed in the battle of the Altar of Despair. Previously, her relationship with the girls was very good, but it was all based on the venomous tongue attack on Chenrue. Now that she had changed from a bystander to an insider, she was actually the one who was not used to it. If she didn't know about this life and death catastrophe from the magic TV and wanted to stay by his side at the last moment, she might have stayed in the Soul Song Sea. Alice, who had been begging to roll on the bed, naturally did not dare to fall behind. She launched a fierce counterattack strategy against Chenrue according to the recently popular Doomsday novel's reverse sex scene of the heroine. No one knew the specifics of the plot. Anyway, Alice would walk out triumphantly every time and walk away while yelling and yelling. She looked exactly like a young thug who had successfully taken over a woman from a good family. However, according to insiders, the little Princess Royal Highness was actually just putting on a show. She didn't really succeed. As the first girl that Chenrue met in the demon realm, and also the girl who took his first kiss, there were no emotional barriers between the two after experiencing so many things. It was just that due to the appearance of the 10,000-year-old Loli, he couldn't really make a move under a certain moral restriction. Although the situation was becoming more and more stable, and his personal life also seemed to be fulfilling and happy, the pressure in Chenrue's heart did not decrease but increased instead. He did not slack off in the following days. Instead, he devoted himself more to training. The disappearance of the 2 moons sounded the alarm. If he thought that he could train and live in peace for more than 100 years with the disappearance of the Gate of the 2 Realms, then it was a big mistake. The dark clouds that still covered the sky of the demon realm was the best warning. He had a faint hunch that the disappearance of the 2 moons might just be the beginning. On this day, the half-elf servant Tylos brought a piece of news. The elf prophet, Chilanya, invited Chinrue to the elf encampment to discuss something important. Chinrue set up a star point in the Blue Lake mountain range, and he arrived at his destination in an instant. Seeing Chinrue, who suddenly appeared, the elf guards saluted respectfully. This was because this human was not only the strongest in the entire world, but also the guardian recognized by the holy tree. He was one of the few hero kings of the elves. After learning the news of Chenrue's arrival, the current elf empress, Phyllis, and the elf prophet, Chilanya, came out to greet him together. Michelle was the fastest. She rushed straight into Chenrue's arms. "Brother!" Chinrue touched his little elf sister's hair lovingly, and he hugged the unicorn by foam, who rushed over affectionately. He said to Michelle, "Why didn't you go to the dark moon during this time? Alice and the others miss you very much." "I have a lot of things to learn. I only have time on Saturdays and Sundays." The little elf princess was much more sensible now. She then raised the phone with a smile. "However, we talk every day. Good luck." Chinrue and Michelle hooked their fingers, and the little elf princess walked away with Baifeng sensibly. "Your Royal Highness." Phyllis and Chilanya stepped forward and bowed. This title covered both the royal husband and the elf king, so it was quite appropriate. Chinrue nodded. "We are all old friends, so you don't have to be so polite. May I know why Madame Chilanya is looking for me? Let's go to the holy tree to talk." Chinrue, Chilanya, and Phyllis walked together toward the location of the Tree of Nature. Along the way, Chinrue saw many elves, not only the elves of the original Silver Moon immortal capital, but also the half-elves and even the dark elves of the demon realm. Although the dark elves could reproduce without relying on the Tree of Nature, the Tree of Nature could rapidly improve and condense the power of the dark elves. Perhaps it was because of the last 100 years or so, in order for the elves to better survive and reproduce in the demon realm, the originally arrogant elves had finally accepted these aliens. I never thought that there would be a day where the half-elves and dark elves would be bathed in the light of the holy tree with us. Phyllis looked at the moons in the sky. "It's like a miracle." "What I see is a miracle, not a miracle, because miracles are created by humans." Chinrue also looked at the artificial moons. "Not only that, I also see hope and a strong desire to survive. Perhaps we will create an even more incredible tomorrow." Princess Phyllis nodded, but Chilanya, who was also looking at the sky, sighed. "What I see is not only light and hope, but also the haze behind it." "What exactly do you see?" Although Chilanya's strength was only at the early stage of the false god realm, and her actual combat power was not at the true false god level, Chinrue did not underestimate her at all. After all, the weight of the elf prophet could not be measured by combat power. "Your Highness, see for yourself." Chilanya walked to the front of the Tree of Nature, and a faint mist appeared on the green leaf staff, resonating with the power of the Tree of Nature. "My foresight is still quite limited, so I have to borrow the power of the holy tree. Your Highness, please relax and use your soul to touch my power of consciousness." Chinrue nodded and slowly approached the mist of the green leaf staff with his soul power. Suddenly, he felt a boom in his head, and a scene appeared in his mind. The sky was still covered with endless dark clouds, shrouding the demon realm. The dark clouds slowly began to change, and their form became exactly the same as the scenery below. From afar, it looked like a mirror image. The mirror image pressed down step by step, and soon swallowed the artificial moon in the sky. The demon realm fell into darkness again. The mirror image was still extending. The tallest television tower had already touched the tower that was exactly the same as the reflection in the sky, and the two towers collapsed and were annihilated at the same time. Soon, following the collision of the mirror images, everything else was the same. Buildings, terrain, life, everything was destroyed, and the entire world turned into ashes. Chinrue looked at this scene in shock. The image quickly began to distort and blur, and then disappeared. His line of sight returned to the original tree of nature. Chi Lanya's body swayed, and her face became extremely pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Empress Fei Li supported Chi Lanya in shock. Chi Lanya smiled bitterly and said, "Every foresight has a price to pay. I now understand why father opposed me inheriting the prophet's position. Then what I saw just now was the real future." Qin Rui was still in shock. No wonder he had a bad premonition in his heart. "If we don't change it," Chi Lanya sighed. Before seeing the foresight, Qin Rui didn't think much of it. Now that he looked at the dark clouds in the sky again, he felt that the shape was indeed a little strange. It seemed to have formed a prototype of a mirror image. This must be a secret technique similar to the power of the mirror world. And the power of this secret technique would cover and destroy the entire demon realm. Qin suddenly felt very grateful for the experience that Elusier had given him in the mirror world. It allowed him to understand more clearly the horror of this secret technique, and at the same time he understood the huge crisis that the demon realm was currently facing. It turned out that it wasn't some dark cloud that swallowed the 2 moons, but a shadow that directly brought destruction and death. This was the real purpose of Quiriana. Just when everyone thought that they could breathe a sigh of relief, they were actually forced into a desperate situation. Chapter 1264. Dark Moon Residence. "Have you decided?" Catherine asked Qin Rui. After learning about his decision on the phone, Her Majesty Dark Shadow Empress, who was usually busy with government affairs and had difficulty getting away, rushed to the Dark Moon immediately without thinking. Not only Catherine, but Jia and Tiffany also came. All the relatives and friends came. "I have decided." Qin Rui nodded. Catherine looked at the women and didn't say anything. She just hugged Duo tightly. "How confident are you?" This time it was Ben Hong who asked. "Maybe 10%. Qin Rui replied honestly. "That's not even 10%. Isabella sighed. "You want to go to the ground to defeat Quiriana without even 10% confidence." "It's not that I want to take such a risk, but it's because Quiriana doesn't give me or this world a chance at all." Qin Rui looked up at the haze all over the sky. The shape of those dark clouds had changed a lot. It was becoming more and more similar to the scene on the ground. From a distance, it looked like a vague reflection. In the scene predicted by Chi Lanya, the reflection would become clearer and clearer. Once it was fully formed, it would overlap with the real world, just like the contact of creation and destruction. Everything would be completely annihilated. Qin Rui and Chi Lanya had tried various methods, including when the dark clouds first appeared, but they couldn't disperse the dark clouds or change the formation of that kind of mirror image. Therefore, Qin Rui decided to leave the demon realm and go to the human world occupied by the abyss to solve the behind-the-scenes manipulator Quiriana. As he answered Isabella, facing the strongest abyss lord, and it was the home field of the abyss, 10% confidence was already very difficult. Even if it was just this, Qin Rui must go because if he didn't act, he could only sit and wait for death. Even if he could barely avoid this disaster with the power of the super system, what was the use? The people he loved, the people he wanted to protect, and all the living beings in this world that had sacrificed countless lives to survive would all perish in this calamity without exception. The existence of only one person had already lost its meaning. "Daddy, where are you going?" Duo, who was in her mother's arms, reached out to Qin Rui. Qin Rui took his daughter and hugged her tightly. "Daddy is going to a faraway place, but I believe it won't be long before I come back. Isn't the space between the 2 worlds sealed? Even Quiriana can't come here. How are you going to get there?" Jia asked a technical question. "I've tried. It works with the Stargate." Qin Rui looked at Her Majesty, who showed a rare look of nervousness and smiled. "This is the only advantage. If we can't beat them, we can still escape." "You won't escape." Jia didn't speak, but Tiffany spoke instead. She knew this man very well. At the Holy Mountain of Light, he didn't hesitate to face Raphael, who was unrivaled at that time, in order to save her. Tiffany is right. Athena spoke. She had gone through life and death with Chinrue several times, so she knew him better than Tiffany. And at this juncture, where everyone in the demon realm was facing life and death, he would never escape. Looking at Duo in her arms, Athena's eyes showed maternal gentleness. "Child, this is your father." Duo understood the word father, and her little hand immediately pointed to Chinrue. Although this brat often cried while being hugged by Chinrue, when she heard the word father, she would always look at the bad guy who was related to her by blood, and also the unique bad guy in her life. Chinrue looked at Duo and touched the face of Duo in his arms. His gaze swept across everyone present, and the belief in his heart became stronger. "Brother, I want to go too." Alice clenched her fists. Kia secretly pulled Alice's clothes and shook her head. Alice also knew that she would be a burden if she went, so her eyes suddenly turned red. Adeline and Helen held hands without speaking, but they both felt each other's tension. Paglio, Lomont, and others were also silent. Ben Hong smiled faintly. "In any case, let me see your current strongest power first. I need to judge something." Chinrue knew that Ben Hong would not speak without a goal, so he nodded, handed Duo to Catherine, and stood in the middle of the yard. It was not like the previous polar star transformation and then fusing the celestial stars mirror bit by bit. It was just that the golden pupils reflected the endless galaxy, and the whole body gradually became transparent. Countless bright stars flowed in the body, making him look like a starman. The starman was full of tranquil aura, as calm as the starry sky. However, in the eyes of everyone, this kind of internal momentum was more dangerous than that kind of explosive power. "It turns out that your strength has reached this level," Ben Hong exclaimed, but he shook his head. "Perhaps you are able to compete with Quiriana head-on, but you haven't reached the level of defeating her, let alone surpassing her." "I really don't think about being able to surpass now. I just want to." Chinrue didn't go on, but Ben Hong understood very well. Everyone present understood, except for Duo who didn't really understand, and Daodu who really didn't understand. Although he couldn't surpass her, he just wanted everyone to live. "To be honest, your strength should be much inferior to Quiriana. It is impossible to defeat her quickly. Moreover, in your current state, your vitality is burning too fast. Even if you want to find an opportunity in a protracted battle, you can't do it because you will be the first to be exhausted, not to mention that you will be suppressed by the will of the Abyss in the Kingdom of the Abyss." "I know." Before Chinrue finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ben Hong. "Okay, don't move first." As Ben Hong spoke, he winked at Rala, who had been silent. The fairy dragon understood, and the light of the rainbow constellation instantly appeared on her body. The power of the constellation merged into her body, and it actually burned on the surface of her body. Then she turned into a rainbow light and flew toward Chinrue. Chinrue clearly felt the power contained in this rainbow light, which echoed with the burning life aura on his body. He saw the rainbow light enter his body and actually merged into one. He felt that the power of his soul and body skyrocketed at the same time, just like when he first met Quiriana. There seemed to be a place in his transparent body that became brighter. This is... Chinrue felt the changes in his body in surprise. Since that time, he and his group of royal relatives had been trying to comprehend this fusion power, but unfortunately they all failed. Ben Hong's return solved this biggest problem. "Burn," Ben Hong said faintly, and a golden light appeared on his fingertips like a seed wrapped in golden flames. Chinrue faintly felt that this was the special aura of the Saint Fighting Heart. When you are burning, she is also burning, just like you. She must have the awareness of abandoning everything and integrate her life into the power of the constellation kingdom to burn. This is the foundation of fusion. Chinrue's face changed. He had clearly sensed the rapid loss of Rala's life force. This loss was integrated with him, the main body. In other words, when he burned out, even if Rala still had extra life, it would be gone together with him. He quickly retracted his power. With a flash of light, Rala's figure reappeared, and her face was faintly pale. It turned out that Chinrue finally understood why Rala had been staying with Benhong these days. It turned out that she had been studying this fusion power. The experiment just now can be considered a success. These few days of work have not been in vain. Now, all the 2-star enhancers who have been bestowed with the title of God, as long as they accept this seed that contains the power of the saint-fighting heart, they will be able to ignite the power of burn and integrate it into your own power. Your strength will also multiply. Benhong looked at the people whose eyes were shining and smiled indifferently. As for the rest of the words, it seems that there is no need for me to say any more. This will put all of you in danger. Just the loss of your life force is... Before Chinrue could finish, Lomont had already snorted. Uncle-in-law is being tsundere again. In the past, you were the only one acting like a hero. Now it is finally my turn to shine. This is the first time I completely agree with this bastard's narcissism, Captain. Delia laughed. I also agree. Paglio grinned and glanced at a certain person who was proud of himself. Since it is like this, I will not expose the matter of a certain wife-con hooking up with the elf widow in the Blackberry Tavern the day before yesterday. Really, you have already said it out. If it were me, I would just say that he molested that young human woman at the West Gate yesterday. Miss Emerald Long added another blow, and Lomont's face suddenly turned bitter because Delia and Metaloo had surrounded him from both sides. Your Royal Highness, please give me a chance to fulfill my vow back then. Samuel stepped forward with a firm gaze. The vow back then was to follow him until death. Moss. Master, following Master is really cool. It was rare for the slime to be brave for a while, but the next sentence revealed his nature. Master just needs to give me 10 Princess Retail Store coupons, 15 sparkling gems. No, 20 plus 30. The greedy slime made more and more hands. Due to his negative mathematical IQ, he could only count with his fingers one by one. His brain had begun to get confused, and his onion head was full of cold sweat. According to this increment rate, no, the increment of the gems and coupons in the middle is wrong. Let me calculate. It is now 500 coupons and 730 sparkling gems. The black dragon chick with strong financial management ability came to a conclusion in an instant. She leaned in front of Chinrue and said with a smile, Boss, I'm a very honest person. As long as you give me half of the price and pay me 1,000 years of settlement allowance, I'll follow you. Before Chinrue answered, Lalalia also jumped out. I owe you a few lives. This time, I'll pay you back first. Look at this duo girl. She is getting more and more beautiful. If she survives, you will be our father-in-law. The first 2 sentences were still clear about gratitude and resentment, but as for the third sentence, even the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augustus, couldn't stand it anymore. He covered the mouth of his daughter, who had lost all her integrity. Alice and Adeline looked at each other, pulled Helen, and made a fighting gesture. As for the rest of the people, especially Catherine, Jia, Kia, and others, they just looked at Chinrue quietly. A lot of words could be understood without needing to be said. Athena spoke, but she said to Maria and others, Aunt Maria, Uncle Span, Lord Augustus, and the rest of you, please take care of Duo and Dowdu. Augustus did not receive star strengthening and star sealing. Both Maria and Span received 2-star strengthening, but they had not yet understood this power. The others, such as Joanna, Ina, and the half-elves were the same. Chinrue felt his eyes soar, and his vision blurred involuntarily. He felt that he could only nod. Duo, who was in Catherine's arms, asked, Dad, when are you, Mom, and Auntie's coming back? Dad doesn't know either. Chinrue wiped his red eyes, walked in front of Duo, kissed his daughter, and hugged Daudu, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "But Dad promises you and Daudu that I will definitely come back." Chapter 1265. The Stargate was opened, and the star point that led to the Storm Island was located. Chinrue didn't think much. What he wanted to think and what he wanted to say had been done. Moreover, he wasn't alone. Athena, Rala, Catherine, and others all accepted Ben Hong's Saint Battle Heart. They were directly integrated into the star sealing platform in the state of burning. It was worth mentioning that the corpse necromancer, Garatum, also joined the fusion. Garatum didn't have a strong sense of belonging like others. Although he was quite in awe of the boss who provided him with all the experimental conditions, it wasn't to the extent of handing over his life. However, after learning the truth of the demon realm's dark clouds, the corpse necromancer was very clear that if he joined to enhance Chenrue's power, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he gave up, once the power of the dark clouds reached the ultimate state, then even an undead creature like him would be completely annihilated with the world without exception. Survival and continue on the road of research. This was Garatum's obsession at the moment, so he made a choice. Everyone's power was temporarily sealed. As long as Chenrue launched the state of battle and released the power of the sky of the star sealing platform, he could truly integrate the life and the power of the constellation of all the two-star enhancers burning to burst out the strongest combat power ever. For the first time, everyone was fighting side by side with him in a real sense. He didn't know if it would be the last time. As soon as Chinrue came out of the Stargate, he felt something was wrong. It was not the original land under his feet, but the ocean. Looking at the dark sky above his head, the original huge island had actually risen from the ground and was suspended in the air. Not only the Storm Island, but also the surrounding environment. He felt that his body was light, and the gravity was greatly weakened. The sky was the same as the demon realm. There were endless dark clouds, and he couldn't see the slightest sunlight. The surrounding light was dim, and it was filled with a cold breath. This cold was not a drop in temperature on the surface, but a strange coldness that penetrated deep into the soul. Chinrue suddenly felt that the environment was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. What he was sure of was that Quiriana didn't purposely turn the island of storms into such a state because she sensed the stars. Instead, the entire surface world had undergone some kind of unusual phenomenon. Chenrue did not stay in the stormy sea region. With a sway of his figure, he disappeared from where he was. With Zhang Xian's current strength, even without using the polar star transformation, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary pinnacle semi-divinity realm cultivator. Without using his full strength, he was able to leave the Tempest Sea region and appear in the territory of the Yangshao Kingdom. Chenrue frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. The former Yangshao Kingdom had turned into ruins. This was to be expected. However, there are countless huge pits in the ruins, and blood-red magma could be faintly seen. There were several large islands in the sky, just like the island of storms they had seen before. The difference was that these islands were made of mud mixed with bones, which looked eerie and weird. Each bone island represented the process of countless lives being brutally destroyed. It was not the first time that Chenrue saw this kind of bone island. He had personally destroyed one in the main Altar of Despair, but it was the first time that he saw one in the air like this. The floating bone island in front of him was even more eerie and cold than the one he saw at the main Altar of Despair. There were also clouds of looming smoke wandering in the Tower Forest. Chenrue could see that this smoke was not an ordinary mist, but an existence similar to a soul body, which gave people a chilling feeling. The most incredible thing was that analytical eyes didn't have any data of these soul bodies as if they did not exist in this world. After the soul bodies discovered Chenrue, they rushed over one after another. Chenrue's heart moved. He didn't evade and let the souls attack him. The souls did not seem to exist in this world as they passed through Chenrue. At the moment of passing through, Chenrue's soul gave birth to a familiar chill. He finally remembered these are wandering souls. The wandering souls of the UFO land. This discovery made the familiar feeling in Chenrue's heart become clearer and clearer. He finally reacted. It turned out that the entire surface world had been transformed into an existence similar to the UFO land. These wandering souls are a bit weird. Chenrue frowned even tighter. He felt that the wandering souls were like phantoms. They were not real existences, so analytical eyes did not show any data. However, the chill was real, but it was much weaker than the wandering souls of the UFO land. Right, this is not a simple transformation, but an overlap. Space overlap. Chenrue blurted out. He was no longer a rookie who had just come into contact with this magic world. He suddenly understood and was inexplicably horrified at the same time. Quiriana actually wanted to merge the main plane and the UFO land. No, it is very likely to merge the entire mysterious place into one. What is she trying to do? As Chenrue was thinking, the blood-red magma flowing in the huge pit below had quickly become hot. The cold in the air was replaced by heat. Groups of wriggling bodies quickly formed in the magma and kept surging toward Chenrue. Chenrue did not look at the Lord of the Abyss and the fiery sorceress who were rushing toward him, nor did he look at the sky full of bone spikes. The moment the nearest bone spike approached him, he suddenly froze in the air. Not only the bone spikes, but all the monsters froze and stopped moving. A gust of wind blew, and the frozen bodies immediately scattered into dust. However, the characteristic of the abyssal monsters was that they were endless. The huge pit of blood-red magma began to boil again, and more monsters surged out. Chenrue raised his eyebrows and punched down. An even larger fist print appeared near the pit below, carrying a special chill. The blood-red color in the pit quickly dimmed and began to solidify and collapse, then disappeared. This kind of collapse was actually a temporary solution. If it was entangled in this corner of the Yangshao kingdom, it would only be a waste of power. Chenrue did not clear all the huge pits one by one. His figure swayed, and he left the area. Only by getting rid of the source of power was the only way to completely destroy these monsters. If his guess was right, the nightmare plane would be the final source of power and also the final battlefield. Chenrue did not stop, and he teleported with all his might in the direction of the nightmare plane. He crossed many regions along the way, from the eastern continent across the White Sea territory to the western continent. As expected, the entire continent had been transformed into a scene similar to the UFO land, and he could not feel any life aura other than the abyssal power. However, it seemed that this transformation was not complete. There were still many traces of the previous war, the scarred, ruined cities, the deformed landforms in front of the fortress, the White Sea that had turned into mulberry fields. These dilapidated scenes were all proof of the fight against the abyss, and it was also a picture scroll with life and survival as the main theme. In the future, distant or nearby, this war might be described as a tragic and magnificent epic that would be eulogized for thousands of generations. Perhaps all the remaining lives in the demon realm would lose their future, and the original wisdom and civilization would come to an end. His current position was already the Ryo Empire, and it would not be long before he could cross the ice sea to reach his final destination. After a few high-speed visual changes, the scene in front of him changed from the floating bone island to a full blood red. The ice sea should now be called the Blood Sea. The sea was not cold ice water but boiling magma. The air was filled with suffocating heat, and a sparkling red flower of duo floated on the surface of the sea. The clouds in the sky were no longer gloomy like before, but blood red, showing a radial shape, as if caused by some great power in the distance. The space here was filled with powerful abyssal power, and his own strength was obviously suppressed. Here, the abyssal creatures could exert their strongest state, and the power of outsiders would be greatly reduced. Chenrue did not teleport again, but changed to flying. The blood sea felt the intruder and began to boil violently. The flowers of abyss burst into blood mist one after another, and dozens of huge tentacles suddenly stretched out in front of him. The tentacles were full of erupting magma and terrifying mouthparts. Under the enhancement of the blood mist, the momentum seemed even more shocking. It should be some kind of sea creature similar to the emperor octopus that had received the abyssal power and mutated. At the same time, a large number of abyssal monsters appeared in the sky. They swarmed over like clouds, almost covering the blood-red sky. Shinrue punched out. This punch seemed ordinary and did not have any special power, but the blood sea in front of him rolled back, and a trench that could not be closed appeared. Those huge tentacles were instantly torn into pieces. While punching, he still maintained a leisurely flying speed and punched into the distant sky. A crack appeared in the cloud of monsters in the sky, and this crack continued into the distance. Along the way, there were countless cracks, and the monsters in the crack range turned into ashes and dissipated. Shinrue punched while flying. He was not wasting his strength, but using this kind of punching to adjust his state and further adapt to the pressure of the abyss world to prepare for a real battle. The monsters that kept gushing out from the horizon suddenly retreated, and the turbulent blood sea also stopped boiling. The environment that was roaring fiercely just now suddenly became silent. The motionless central part of the blood sea began to solidify into red crystals, turning into a crystal-clear bridge that extended forward. Shinrue looked at this crystal bridge. This should be the path to the final battlefield. At this moment, there was nervousness, solemnity, determination, and calmness in his heart. Although it had not been a long time since he was reborn into this world, he had experienced more than an ordinary person in several lifetimes, and he had many unique things. Not power or glory, but people. Lovers who would not change until death, friends who would entrust their backs to him, and children whose blood was thicker than water. He had all of the most precious things in the world. His lovers and companions would burn their lives and fight side by side with him today, and there was also the concern and attention from his family and friends behind him. All he could do was fight with everything he had. Even if he turned into ashes, he would have no regrets in this life. Taking a deep breath, his figure landed on the bridge. Sure enough, there were no traps or abnormalities on the crystal bridge. But with his footsteps, the crystal bridge behind him began to collapse, indicating that this was a road of no return. Shinrue smiled and continued forward without fear. Chapter 1266. Shinrue stepped on the crystal bridge and walked across the icy sea. The crystal bridge did not break at the shore and extended all the way to the depths of the Plain of Nightmares. The aura of the abyss in the Plain of Nightmares was 10 times stronger than that of the icy sea. If it was an ordinary kingdomized expert, they would suffocate to death under the oppressive power in a few seconds in this terrible environment. There was flowing magma everywhere, and the original mountains and forests had long been turned into barren, scorched land. A large number of flowers of abyss floated in the magma, and huge abyssal nests stood tall. The brood mother was surrounded by countless blood cocoons. From afar, these blood cocoons looked like a boundless ocean. The blood cocoons, soaked in magma and under the aura of the flowers of abyss, quickly hatched into various abyssal monsters. They spread out, and the nests continued to produce new batches of blood cocoons. This was the reason why the abyssal army was endless. The abyssal monsters did not attack Shinrue, as if this enemy did not exist at all. This was due to the control of the will of the abyss, which was the true source of the power of the entire abyss. Unless the will of the abyss could be destroyed, even if Shinrue attacked and defeated all the nests now, it would be meaningless. The crystal bridge finally came to an end, the nightmare volcano. This position was also the end of the radiating blood clouds in the sky. In the void, there was a diamond-shaped opening that was emitting a scarlet light. It was like a closed eye, and the nearby space shot out beams of blood-colored light that fell on the ground below. The hills in front of the volcano had all turned into a huge, open space. Countless red crystals condensed in the open space, shining brightly. In the center was a huge building. There were 3 large sculptures standing in the center of the building. The sculptures were not ordinary human figures. They looked a little abstract and had special power. Just a glance at them would make one shudder. At the same time, various negative emotions involuntarily arose in one's heart. Below the tallest sculpture in the center was an exaggerated and sinister throne. A woman casually reclined on the throne. She had a head of long blue hair and beautiful facial features. She wore a simple white robe and was barefooted. Her snow-white and sparkling thighs were placed on the armrest of the throne without any cover. In this kind of environment, she revealed a kind of bewitching beauty. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Both of her eyes were blood red, but her right eye was slightly empty. The moment she opened her eyes, the crystal bridge beneath Chen Rui's feet disappeared, and his body fell straight down. Chen Rui didn't resist. He landed on the ground and immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. This was the true core of the abyss. Quiriana. Chen Rui stared at the final and strongest enemy from afar. I didn't expect you to be able to come to this place after the gate of the 2 realms was sealed. What a surprising ability. Quiriana's voice sounded fresh and moving at first, but in Chen Rui's ears it was like ice. Even the nearby space was about to freeze. The will of the abyss. Chen Rui looked at the 3 sculptures and felt the powerful will and the throbbing in his soul. Yes, you did a great job. Not only did you close the gate of the abyss, but you also destroyed Sosbak and Delacero. But that's all. The will of the abyss will never be destroyed. If necessary, it can create new masters infinitely. Aquilina slowly sat up straight. You did a great job. Not only did you close the gate of the abyss, but you also stopped the invasion of the abyss army. Even Sosbak and Delacero were killed. So, you're just a puppet that can be replaced at any time? In fact, the so-called eternity is just a bubble. There is no complete eternity in the universe, including the universe itself. Even if you're the former supreme existence, or the gods, so what? The former immortality has turned into decay. Even if it survives in a certain form, it's no longer glorious. Chen Rui faced the powerful coercion of the will of the abyss without evading. His eyes were full of insight. Although the 2 hadn't really started fighting, their words had already begun a confrontation. Quiriana shook her head. You still don't understand. As you can see, destruction is coming. But destruction is not the ultimate goal. After destruction, a new creation begins, and a new world is about to be born. Life and death are endless. This is also the truth of the universe. If you're willing to accept the greatest will, you can become the new master, and even further become the supreme master of the new world. And I, the woman who once loved you, will also kneel before you. You are you. She is she, and you will never be her. Chen Rui frowned. Before I make the final decision, I want to know a truth that I've always been curious about. Since the gods have completely fallen, then why is the will of the abyss, which is a dark divinity, still able to exist? Quiriana looked at the closed eye in the sky and smiled meaningfully. Who told you that the gods have completely fallen? Chen Rui was shocked. Could it be that those huge corpses were not dead? He remembered very clearly that in Lucifer's consciousness, he clearly saw the gods fall under the power of the eye summoned by the supreme key. Could it be? Just as he was distracted, Quiriana's figure on the throne suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Chen Rui had a strong feeling of alarm. An extremely terrifying power was coming toward him. Quiriana had long seen through Chen Rui's thoughts. Although she said that she wanted him to surrender, her subordinates did not hesitate to launch a surprise attack. Boom! Chen Rui's body was blown away by the powerful shock. In the process of flying backward, he was suddenly wrapped in flames, and his body actually showed signs of collapsing. What kind of flame power was this? In the first two battles with Quiriana actually did not display her strongest state. Only when Ben Hong triggered the explosion of the origin of the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction with his life did Quiriana really show her power. Not only did she retreat unscathed, but she also took away the two masters and the two books of origin. Now that they were on the home ground of the Abyss Kingdom, Quiriana naturally exerted her power to the extreme, and Chenrue was suppressed. Just a punch from the half-elf state made him encounter real danger. She was indeed the strongest master of the Abyss. She was also at the level of SSSS+++, but her power was far beyond that of Sosbach or Delothro. Quiriana caught up with Chenrue in the air and punched out again, intending to give him another fatal blow. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows. Her body that was wrapped in flames suddenly became transparent, faintly revealing bright starlight. The flames outside seemed to have changed into another state, and they burned uncontrollably. In a muffled sound, her fist was actually caught. Not only that, the strength of the fist that was caught was beyond her expectation. Even Quiriana could not bear it. She groaned, and her blue hair and robe turned red at the same time. Her snow-white skin also began to turn red, and spider web-like patterns appeared on her skin. In the gaps of the patterns, there was a glimmer of gold. She had already launched the first level of Abyss transformation. After this transformation, her power skyrocketed. Quiriana's arm shook, and she got out of the opponent's grasp. Her sharp fingernails slashed at Chenrue's throat, and the fingernails passed the target accurately. However, Chenrue did not react at all. This claw seemed to hit a phantom. It turned out that the opponent actually dodged it at high speed. Almost at the same time, there was a sharp pain in her abdomen and she had been punched. The power of this punch was abnormally strong. The blood robe behind Quiriana suddenly bulged, and the part of the robe that was condensed by the power of Abyss was torn apart by the surging power. Quiriana covered her lower abdomen. When the next dangerous punch approached, she had already instantly left the battle and appeared far away. Her blood-red eyes stared at the enemy, who was shining with starlight. Not counting the doppelganger, the first time she really fought with this person was in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital. At that time, his power could only be described as weak. Even when he joined forces with Michael and others, he was still easily defeated by her. If it weren't for the fact that Left Eye was schemed against by Elusier and was forced to leave, she would have killed him long ago. The second battle was in the White Sea. Compared with the first time, this person's strength had greatly increased, and he actually surpassed Delothro. However, the great light sword array with the power of the Book of Destruction was still defeated by her. But now, he alone could make her suffer such a loss when she used the first level of transformation. The potential and growth speed of this Chenrue was absolutely terrifying. Quiriana finally showed a dignified look. She tore off the blood robe on her body, revealing her naked body, but she didn't care about this. Her right eye began to burn, and flames instantly spread all over her body. In the flames, her body changed again. Sharp bone spurs began to extend from her shoulders and elbows. A tail appeared on her back, and a pair of bone wings appeared on her back. Her head also changed, growing 3 horns which looked like a crown. The flames gradually converged, turning into a dark golden armor that covered her vital parts. At this moment, although Quiriana exuded a destructive aura that was dozens of times stronger than before, her temperament and appearance had a kind of strange beauty, faintly revealing an indescribable charm. She was like a witch from the underworld, using a beauty that did not belong to this world to control the magic box that could destroy everything. Chenrue's pupils shrank slightly. The second level Abyss transformation of Quiriana that he had seen before was not like this, and it didn't have such a powerful aura. Surprised? Quiriana's voice actually sounded from behind. After saying those 3 words, Chenrue's heart was filled with alarm, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This feeling was very similar to the power of the divine fragment that Rala activated in the elemental realm. It was no longer an ordinary power, but an existence that was close to authority. Chinrue was about to dodge, but his body suddenly trembled, and 5 knife-like fingernails had already pierced through his chest. Quiriana leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The last 2 times I had to divert my attention to suppress Alusir's power, so I didn't display my strongest state. The me you see now is the real me." This state of whispering seemed to be intimate between lovers, but her hand was stuck in his chest, which seemed strange and cruel. But soon a strange glint flashed past Quiliana's blood-red eyes. She turned around abruptly, and her sharp claws caught a ball of dazzling light. However, her body was pushed back by the great force of the light. Her feet dragged 2 long trails on the solid crystal floor. Looking at the intact Chinrue behind her, Quiriana's eyes narrowed. She exerted force with her claws and pinched the cluster of light into nothingness. Her attention fell on the extra bright constellation flowing in the transparent body. She was slightly surprised. Death power? No, it's not simple power. It's also close to authority. Unfortunately, it's just barely close. That kind of power to avoid death definitely can't be used again in a short time. Chinrue didn't make a sound. What he just used was the power of Garadam's death constellation. At the critical moment, he avoided death with a special rule power. However, Quiriana's judgment was right. That power could no longer be used for the second time. It seems that this battle is much more interesting than I imagined. Let you, who has this kind of extraordinary power, become the best sacrifice. Quiriana's claws pointed to the sky, and the 3 statues on the huge building flew out several beams of light at the same time. The beams converged into one and penetrated into the diamond in the void. 2 clusters of light appeared in the diamond, one black and one white. They rotated slowly, looking like the pupils in the eyes. Chinrue clearly sensed the familiar power breath in the light, and he blurted out, "Book of Creation, Book of Destruction, Chapter 1267. When the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction appeared in the eye of the void the originally closed, eye looked like it was opened. Chinrue clearly felt a special breath filling between heaven and earth. It seemed to extend to the entire world, causing some kind of change in the entire world. An ominous omen surged in his heart. However, he had no time to be distracted to feel it carefully, because facing a terrifying opponent like Quiriana, any distraction was enough to be fatal. From the moment Quiriana's claws penetrated his chest, Chinrue had already cast the strongest combustion. In this state, his power was not only maximized by all the deity positions in the super system, but he could also call upon the special power of any constellation. However, this highest intensity combustion came at the cost of several times the vitality. It was not only his own life, but also the lives of all his partners. Once it was burned out, he and all the people who integrated into the constellation would be annihilated. Although he avoided the death claw that was enough to penetrate the heart with the special power of Garadam's death constellation, it also sounded an alarm in Chinrue's heart. Next time he might not be so lucky. Quiriana, in her complete state, especially in this environment blessed by the will of the abyss, her combat power far exceeded expectations. If he was not careful, he would be annihilated. In fact, Chinrue and the entire world needed to be thankful. As Quiriana herself said, if it weren't for the legendary prophet Alusir's hidden plan in advance, facing Quiriana's terrifying combat power in her complete state from the beginning, the main plane wouldn't be able to persist until today. Now that the eye in the void had undergone some unpredictable changes, he could only try his best to defeat Quiriana as soon as possible. The figures flashed and intertwined at high speed, and the sound of fighting sounded everywhere. Various traces continued to appear in the landscape and space. Countless rifts appeared on the red crystal ground, as if it was torn by a huge claw, But the center of the rift was not Chun-Rui, but Quiriana. The sharp wind pressure had stopped, but Quiriana's figure, which was as steady as a rock, began to flash rapidly, as if the calm was the most dangerous moment. A moment later, the rapidly flickering thin shadow finally returned to its original form. However, there were a few obvious bloodstains from the neck to the face. The wounds weren't simply bleeding, but there were shocking green spots and pustules. Quiriana's blood-red eyes flashed, and her wounds quickly healed as if nothing had happened. The red crystal ground that had been damaged by the fierce battle also quickly recovered. Although this plague is powerful, it's a pity that it's like a sneeze to me. It's useless. Chun-Rui frowned. It was not the first time he had hit Quiriana. He had even added in Pagliao's plague constellation. But it was a pity that it did not affect her at all. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain under his ribs. The star armor had already cracked a few horrifying holes, and the wounds kept bleeding, and the destructive power that contained the faith of the entire Abyss Kingdom was spreading out from the wounds. Quiriana's claws were strange and unpredictable. Even though most of the profound meaning of water had returned, it still missed a few hidden forces. From the outside, Chun-Rui was still the transparent star figure, but Quiriana had already sensed the spread of the power of the abyss. She sniffed the blood in the air, and a creepy smile appeared on her face. She said, "If the power of misfortune was still here, I wouldn't have been able to hit you like this. Unfortunately, although this power is wonderful, you can't use it again in a short time. Next, I will take your head as an offering to the new era." Chun-Rui took a deep breath, and the star power in his body quickly circulated again. A constellation in his transparent body lit up, and his whole body was immediately ignited with a black flame. This flame was full of vitality, and a pair of faint light wings appeared on his back, as if a phoenix was flapping its wings. The wound immediately recovered, and the strange power of the Abyss Kingdom that was trying to invade his body also quickly retreated under the special burning power. Quiriana's bloody eyes flashed, and before Chun-Rui could completely recover, her body turned into several bloody shadows, whistling over. The phoenix wings on Chun-Rui's back closed, turned into a crystal ball, and protected his body. Quiriana's bloody shadows dashed left and right, and the crystal ball kept cracking, but it did not break. In the crystal ball, Chun-Rui did not relax at all, but became even more serious because wherever the bloody shadows passed by, a special power seeped into his body through the cracks, and his body suddenly became weak, slow, aged, numb, and other negative states. These negative states were actually caused by the power of the abyss will, such as fear, despair, hatred, and other forces. It was not a purely physical effect, but deep in the heart, even the nirvana force of the Phoenix constellation could not completely get rid of it. The cracks on the protective crystal ball of the Phoenix constellation became bigger and bigger. Boom! It completely shattered. The bloody shadows rushed towards Chun-Rui from all directions and merged into a bloody mist, instantly surrounding him, blocking out the starlight. After a few seconds, a ray of light lit up in the bloody mist. This light did not look particularly bright, but it revealed a kind of exciting power, like the dawn of dawn breaking through the darkness. The bloody mist was torn apart under this light, and with a muffled groan, the scattered bloody mist recondensed into the figure of Quiriana, but it looked incomplete. She looked cautiously at the gradually dissipating light in Chun-Rui's hand. This was the power of Tiffany's constellation, Dawn. In this dark kingdom full of hatred, fear, despair, even if it was just a glimmer, it represented the existence of hope. Although this power of Dawn could not disperse the power of the entire kingdom of the abyss, it was more than enough to disperse the negative power in Chun-Rui's heart. What an amazing ability! Quiriana's incomplete body recovered again, and her deep eyes seemed to see through Chun-Rui. The power that you displayed is close to power, let's call it pseudo-power. For the time being, there are so many. Even at the level of God, generally speaking, they only have one or 2 kinds of power at most. If everyone is at the level of God, then I am not your opponent. Unfortunately, I am not. Chen Rui quickly adjusted the power in his body. After fighting fiercely for so long, his life and power were being consumed extremely quickly, and he could not hold on for much longer. He had to defeat Quiriana as soon as possible. If you don't become a god, you will always be an ant. Quiriana shook her head. If it was another place, you might have a chance to defeat me. But unfortunately, this world has been completely covered by the will of the abyss. I am truly immortal, just like a god. You don't even have a trace of hope. Oh yes, I almost forgot you still have the supreme key, but I will not give you the chance to use it. Chen Rui frowned, and with a low shout, his whole body emitted a sharp aura like the edge of a sword. With a bounce of his feet, he flew out, and wherever he passed, the red crystal ground turned into powder. This sword mark went straight for Quiriana, and its power was several times stronger than before, as if it was not oppressed and weakened by the will of the abyss. It was the power of Athena's war constellation. Quiriana felt the oppressive power of the battle. In her eyes, Chinrue's whole body was like an indestructible sword, and her face could not help but reveal a solemn expression. She did not take the attack head-on, and with a few consecutive movements, she pulled away from him. She grabbed at the air with her sharp claws, and the red crystals on the ground below were quickly sucked into her claws, turning into a huge whip about 200 meters long and about 10 meters in diameter. The whip that was originally the most convenient for her had been destroyed in the Battle of the White Sea, and the power of this whip, especially its attack range, was even more shocking. The huge blood-red whip was like a huge snake, as if it was alive, whistling and pouncing at Chinrue. Even this extremely sturdy space, under this power, faint cracks appeared. Chinrue did not dodge, and the profound meaning of Athena's constellation power was to fight fearlessly. The moment the two collided, the huge snake that seemed to have swallowed Chenrue suddenly shook and stopped, and then countless cracks quickly spread up, the sword light broke out, and the huge snake's body was completely shattered. However, Quiriana, who was at the other end of the whip, disappeared, but there was a huge blood cloud in the sky, and countless raindrops that were like sharp blades fell, and the sturdy crystal ground was penetrated with dense holes. The sword light shot toward the clouds with an indomitable will. The blood cloud was originally invisible, but under the sharp sword light, it gradually turned into nothingness. Behind the sword light, Quiriana's real body finally appeared. Although the sword light was incomparably cold, it was extremely hard to break, especially at this time when it was weakened and the edge was blunt. It was the best time to attack, and Quiriana had absolute confidence that she could destroy it. Just when the sharp claws successfully tore the figure in the sword light into pieces, Quiriana's face suddenly changed, and she felt her heart inexplicably tighten, and her body was actually unable to move. Quiriana could not believe it, because this binding power did not come from the outside, but from her own heart. Not only did the opponent mislead her judgment, but he also inconceivably triggered the strange feeling in her heart, as if she had lied to herself. That's right, deception. Isabella's constellation power. Chen Rui's current integration of the burning constellation power was not only a direct increase in power, but it also had many unimaginable magical uses. Especially when he put aside everything and burned his life to fight, he had an unprecedented feeling and understanding of these magical uses and even the power of the entire astral god. This is the true supreme controller. Not only does he control the life, faith, and power of the universe in the supersystem, but he also controls the gods. After deceiving Quiriana, Chinrue did not directly kill her because even in this kingdom full of the will of the abyss, even if he killed Quiriana, she would resurrect infinitely. Therefore, Chinrue's goal was not Quiriana, but the 3 statues that symbolized the will of the abyss. He couldn't judge what kind of power the eyes triggered by the statues and what kind of terrible changes would happen. but his instinct told him that he had an uneasy premonition. Only by completely destroying the will of the abyss could he stop all this. Only then could he truly defeat Quiriana and the shadow that shrouded the entire main plane. At the moment he flew toward the statues, his body, soul, and the constellation in his body burned at the same time. This blow had already burst out with all his strength, without the slightest leeway or reservation. With an indomitable determination and momentum, he rushed toward the huge building like a meteor burning with the most dazzling light of life. Above, the light of creation and destruction in the eyes in the void gradually merged into one as if it was a real pupil. It flashed with indifferent light, overlooking the earth and the bright light that flew over. Chapter 1268. Quiriana finally broke free from the binding power of deceit, but it was too late to stop Chinrue, who was rushing to the 3 statues. The strange thing was that there was no panic on her face, but an unfathomable smile. Chinrue, who was burning with all his might, rushed to the statues that were still projecting light pillars with his strongest power. However, the moment he rushed into the 3 statues, he was surprised to find that his speed had slowed down, as if he had fallen into an ocean of mud. Everything, including the burning soul and life, slowed down. This was not a simple change in time, but the ultimate power that combined various rules such as time, space, destruction, creation, and so on. It was irresistible. After his vision was distorted, the scene in front of him changed. The statues and buildings were gone, but there was an endless void. A huge rhombus was faintly visible above his head, and the edge was a boundless blood-colored star that was distributed in a scattered manner. In the center of the rhombus were 2 huge flames, exuding the aura of destruction and creation. They were the source of all the light. The stars condensed into 3 constellation-like images, faintly showing the shape of a human face, distributed on 3 sides, facing each other from a distance. These 3 human faces seemed to be unreachable, but they seemed to be close at hand, exuding a strange aura. Chinrue was shaken, and the feeling of falling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. The road ahead seemed to be endless, with no beginning and no end. His soul, body, and power were constantly decomposing and dissipating, and his consciousness began to gradually blur. Chinrue suddenly woke up, and his hands shone brightly. Countless whirlwind-like purple star fragments fluttered around him, and a strong storm spread out in all directions. This was the polar star storm that was integrated with Lolly's sky power, a powerful attack move with a large area of effect. However, the overwhelming stardust storm still fell into it. In this vast space, it was like a breeze that blew past, and it disappeared without a trace in a moment. This scene made Chinrue's heart secretly shudder. With a loud shout, 3 flame dragons surrounded by rainbow light flew out and attacked the 3 huge human-faced constellations, respectively. However, it was still like a clay ox entering the sea. The rainbow flame dragons flew farther and farther, but they couldn't touch the target. They gradually disappeared as they advanced. Quiriana's figure appeared in the constellation directly in front of him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and the huge faces of the 3 constellations revealed a corresponding smile at the same time. "You finally can't hold it in anymore?" Quiriana licked the trace of blood on her fingernails, and her smile became even more sinister. "I originally thought that you would wait for a while before attacking the throne. For you, completely turning into ashes in this universe, formed by the will of the abyss, is an ideal ending. This is the universe. At most, it's just a small star region." Chinrue sneered, and he had a faint, ominous feeling that he had fallen into the trap. In this space that was originally a vast starry sky, the constellations in the sky couldn't be used, and the soul and power were also rapidly dissipating. If he didn't try to change anything, even if Quiriana didn't make a move, sooner or later, he would be completely annihilated. Quiriana didn't give him too much time to react. The blood-red light of the 3 constellations shone brightly, and the speed of power loss suddenly increased by 10 times. Chinrue looked up at the Book of Destruction and the Book of Creation that were like the sun and the moon. He secretly clenched his fists, and the last of his power was boiling. His whole body was burning with a bright flame. The rule power of the nearby space seemed to have been rehearsed again. From the uncontrollable strangeness to order, he felt the pressure suddenly lightened, and his spirit was greatly refreshed. This was Delia's power of order. Unfortunately, this power of order was limited after all. It couldn't spread out in this powerful star region to change the rules of the entire force, and it couldn't last for too long. Chinrue's goal was not to use the rule power to change the entire space, but to protect himself and complete the last and biggest attack. His target was the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction in the sky. Destruction and creation were originally 2 completely opposite powers. Currently, the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction were the core power of the entire world's mutation because of the power of the abyss maintaining a delicate balance. What he wanted to do was to use his own origin of creation and origin of destruction as a guide to break that balance, just like what Ben Hong did last time, to trigger the collision of the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction. This would create an extremely powerful destructive force and completely destroy the will of the abyss. Quiriana discovered Chinrue's intention and snorted coldly. The pressure of the nearby space doubled, but it still couldn't break the protection of order. She frowned and pointed her finger again. Countless blood-red meteors whistled and chased after Chinrue. They were so fast that they were even faster than Chinrue, and they caught up to him even though they started later. Seeing that Chinrue was about to be hit by the red meteor shower, his body suddenly flashed and a purple starlight scattered, turning into a huge shadow, crazily attacking, or more accurately, biting at the meteor shower. The meteor shower was swallowed up in the blink of an eye, and under Quiriana's strange gaze, it rushed straight into the huge diamond. At this moment, the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction both disappeared. He only felt that the surroundings were filled with incomparably rich origin of creation and origin of destruction. Not only did the 2 origin of strength in his body not break the balance, but they also left his body and were assimilated by the sucking. At the same time, Chinrue felt an ancient and great aura coming towards him. Immortality, immortality, various thoughts involuntarily emerged in his mind. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Chinrue's heart moved, and he already remembered where he had felt this aura, the end of the mysterious place, also known as the Forbidden Land by Ben Hong and the others, the realm of chaos. There's actually the aura of the realm of chaos here. The next second, Chinrue's pupils suddenly shrank because a huge corpse appeared in front of him. The corpse exuded an indescribable aura, and upon closer inspection, it was a huge dim galaxy. Chinrue was shocked. It was actually there was more than one corpse, and there were more in the distance. Chinrue clearly sensed that the corpse seemed to be absorbing the surrounding origin of creation and destruction power. He suddenly remembered the changes that he saw in the surface world when he came here, and his heart suddenly came to a realization. Previously, the space of the floating land had overlapped, and now it was the realm of chaos, the first battle of the gods, the supreme curse, the divinity of darkness. The second battle of the gods, the twilight of the gods, the fall of the gods. Then, the final goal of the will of the abyss. Chinrue's heart shook, and he saw that the dim and silent galaxy actually began to shine with starry light, and a terrifying pressure spread out. This power was more than 1,000 times stronger than Quiriana's power. Chinrue only felt that his soul was under unprecedented pressure, and all his power was imprisoned, almost completely collapsing. At this moment, his vision distorted again, and he returned to the space of the blood-red star again. The sky was still that huge rhombus, and the eye that had just disappeared, the art of creation, and the book of destruction were still in it. Chinrue was very clear that what happened just now was not an illusion. His body still retained that terrifying pressure, and his soul and body were in an extremely weak state, and he could not gather his power for a while. Even if he had many magical uses and techniques of pseudo-power, he still could not resist this absolute suppression. This was the difference of quality. Quiriana's figure appeared in the blood-red constellation in front of him, and at this moment her body began to slowly merge into the constellation behind her, and the other two constellations were also undergoing some kind of change, and the stars at the edge gradually converged, forming a huge circle. Your judgment and choice are very accurate, and your strategy is also successful. You also have enough courage, but you lack the most important factor, strength. That is indeed the core of the entire world. If you can defeat it, you can completely defeat me, destroy the entire will of the abyss, and save your world. But there is a prerequisite, and that is to have power above it. You want to resurrect them. Chinrue recalled the encounter just now and seemed to have understood something. No, this is not resurrection. You cursed dark divinity are trying in vain to use the power of the Book of Destruction and the Book of Creation to occupy the bodies of the gods and obtain a new life. Occupy? There is one most important thing that you have misunderstood. Quiriana laughed as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world, and her laughter was full of undisguised ridicule. They are just returning to their own bodies. You mean? Chinrue understood what Quiriana meant and revealed a look of disbelief. Quiriana sneered and said, "Sad guy, let me tell you the biggest truth. The so-called dark divinity and the so-called will of the abyss that you speak of are actually them themselves." Chinrue was shocked. It was Michael who risked his life to tell him about the battle of the gods, and because of that his life and soul were destroyed under the restrictions of the taboo. Now, Quiriana actually said the complete opposite of the truth, but he did not say anything. Instead, he waited for Quiriana to further unravel this horrifying truth, and at the same time he was also waiting for more time to break free from this terrible coercion. Back then, after Lucifer activated the Supreme Key and launched the Twilight of the Gods, they should have fallen, and logically speaking, the dark divinity should have been annihilated. However, by relying on some kind of supreme power of the supreme curse, their wills were resurrected. It's just that they've changed into another form of existence. The abyss. Chenrue finally came to a realization. It turned out that after the gods fell, they actually relied on the supreme god's curse to survive in the form of the will of the abyss. In other words, the will of the abyss was the will of the gods. The real culprit, who wanted to destroy all life, turned out to be the gods that were believed and revered by all life in this world. This was a shocking truth that completely subverted his understanding. Chapter 1269. Demon Realm. Chi Lanya held her green leaf staff and looked at the sky. Not only her, but almost everyone in the demon realm also raised their heads. The dark clouds above their heads that had been suppressed for several months had undergone an obvious change in form. They had become exactly the same as the ground, different from the vague and indistinct appearance before. The current appearance had become extremely clear. Even the moving figures were exactly the same, just like the reflection of themselves in the mirror. Most people did not understand what this change meant, but the increasing pressure made everyone have an ominous feeling in their hearts. Some people had already made various attempts to change or destroy these reflections, but it was all in vain. In the space of the nightmare volcano, Quiriana looked at Chinrue with interest and said, "That's strange. I don't see any subversion or collapse of faith in your eyes, only shock. I've only seen such a true godless will in the eyes of one person, the incarnation of the Supreme Key, which is also the blasphemer who created the Twilight of the Gods." Lucifer is the incarnation of the Supreme Key? There was too much information in Quiriana's words. Chinrue could not help but ask, "What about you? If the will of the abyss is the will of the gods, what are you?" "I am the executor of all wills, which means I am the highest oracle. I have used the power of life sacrifice for many planes, and after countless attempts, I finally infiltrated a trace of will into the power barrier of the main plane. This trace of will caused the main plane to have the faith of the abyss, and it continuously absorbed all kinds of dark and negative energy, making the will even greater and stronger. Originally, it would only take another 100 years for the abyss to completely control the power barrier and use the power of the barrier to completely devour all the lives on the main plane. However, that despicable fate attendant actually opened the door to the main plane in advance and triggered a change in the authority barrier, causing the power of will in the authority barrier to be annihilated. I had no choice but to fuse with the body of this descendant, and my will and my power were greatly weakened. Otherwise, how could you have obtained so many opportunities? At the mention of a certain prophet who had plotted against her after his death, Quiriana seemed to be gnashing her teeth, and her tone changed again. She said, "However, I can't understand Alusier's approach. Did he think that the destruction 100 years later was irreversible, and that opening the barrier now could change the outcome? In the end, it was just a waste of effort, and he even ruined the last 100 years of this world's existence." Chinrue finally understood. It turned out that the culprit who opened the enchantment in advance and caused the abyss to invade was actually the legendary prophet Alusier. And the true purpose of opening the barrier was to destroy the plot of the abyss to use the power barrier to directly devour all the lives on the main plane 100 years later. The faith of the abyss, including the mysterious church, the Black Death Apostles, the main altar, and so on, appeared in the main plane not by chance, but the result of the power barrier being infiltrated by the will of the abyss. And Blanche's shell was obviously a backup plan just in case. Even if the abyss did not come in the next 100 years or so, Blanche would have awakened and further spread the faith and power of the abyss. Because of Alusier's actions, although the will of the abyss and Quiriana arrived in advance, their power was greatly weakened. Otherwise, they would not have been able to resist until today. Just like in the mirror world, Alusier was taking a gamble, and the gamble was even bigger, not only her own life, but also the life of the entire world, and the person who could influence the final gamble was very likely to be Chinrue, the person who had been schemed against all along. Before Chinrue could think about it, he suddenly felt alarmed. He saw that his body was already covered with strands of blood-red starlight, densely intertwined like a huge spider web, and the source of the starlight was the 3 major constellations where Quiriana was. The Scarlet Spider Array, the highest level of sacrificial array to offer sacrifices to the gods. Quiriana's figure appeared less than 2 meters in front of Chinrue. Her whole body seemed to have merged with the blood-red starlight, and her silhouette became illusory, but one could still see the sarcastic sneer. The blood-red starlight from all directions wrapped around Chinrue like lightning. In the process, it was not that Chinrue did not think of dodging or defending, but the countless thoughts of resistance in his heart were extinguished by the intertwining starlight. In an instant, his body was penetrated by the intertwining starlight. The first feeling that Chinrue felt was not pain, but some kind of strange fusion, as if his own soul and the huge blood-red spiderweb had merged into one. But the next second he felt that something was wrong, as if he was dismembered into countless pieces, scattered in all directions along the lines of the spiderweb, and his life began to rapidly weaken. The only shortcoming of this array is that it takes a long time to prepare, which is why I have been talking nonsense with you for so long. I know that you are also stalling for time, trying in vain to get rid of the pressure of the Chaos Realm. But unfortunately, that is not ordinary power, but true divine power. With your strength, you cannot dispel it. Quiriana's bloody eyes flashed with a frightening light. Actually, in the depths of my consciousness, it seems that I do not resist talking nonsense with you. It is hard to believe that she, who has been assimilated by me, still has such feelings. In order to completely put an end to the past, I will personally take away everything from you. As soon as her voice fell, Quiriana turned into a dazzling blood-red light and flew towards Chinrue. Chinrue tried to block, but the blood-red light passed through. At the moment of passing through, His soul seemed to be torn apart, and his body was stripped away. In the transparent body that had fused with the power of the star gods, the light of a constellation suddenly dimmed. Chinrue could clearly feel that the power of the plague constellation was actually uncontrollably separated from his body. In the star-conferring platform, the light of Paglio's star god statue quickly quieted down, and the star god statue began to show signs of collapse. Ben Hong's kind of deprivation is more of an elimination, but what I am using now is the true deprivation, or should I call it seizure? Quiriana, who had returned to human form from the blood-red light, laughed coldly. I admit that your strength is beyond my imagination, so much so that I am actually unable to kill you directly. But in this great array, even that fake power that can avoid death will not let you get away with it again. All of your fake power will be absorbed by the new gods, and when the time comes, they can be promoted to true power, making them even more powerful. The blood spider mandala formation could actually steal other people's power. Chinrue could feel that the star god statue of Paglio was showing signs of life in imminent danger. He gritted his teeth, as though he was forcefully suppressing the raging divine might in his body. At the same time, his entire body erupted with a light that was like a tidal wave, surging out. This was the domain of winter that was displayed using the power of the ocean constellation. Wherever the light passed, countless ice-cold crystals appeared on the spider silk and solidified. However, the spider's silk faintly emitted a red light, and the solidified power was instantly evaporated into nothingness. The starlight on Chun Rue's body changed into a few more forms, but he was still unable to break free from the spider web. Instead, the divine might that he had forcefully suppressed previously exploded out even more fiercely. His body emitted an explosive sound, and he had suffered heavy injuries. He had almost completely lost the ability to resist. It's useless. All of the attacks that you used on me before have already been seen through by the will. They will not have any effect in this blood spider mandala formation, and can only be stolen one by one. Quiriana's voice instantly approached, and once again penetrated his body. On the star-conferring platform, Ja's star god statue quickly dimmed, just like Paglio's. Chinrue's heart was filled with anger and pain, but the divine might in his body was too oppressive, especially the backlash from before. It had destroyed all of his remaining strength. Adding on the strange power of the blood spider mandala formation, even if he wanted to perish together with his opponent, it was impossible. I said before, you are a sacrifice. The best sacrifice to the great will. Hate, fear, despair. Quiriana's voice echoed around, and the starlight on Chun Rue's body rapidly weakened under the continuous penetration of the bloody light. The power of constellations in the sky was gradually stripped away, and his body had turned from transparent to semi-transparent. Because of the heavy injuries, the bloody body was faintly visible, and the light was getting dimmer. In contrast, the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction in the sky were getting brighter and brighter, as if they had obtained the faith, life, and power of constellations from Chun Rue. The eyes in the void began to change, and gradually became the chaotic world. The seemingly vague corpse was slowly entering this space, becoming clearer bit by bit, and at the same time, the recovering starlight in the galaxy was also becoming clearer. The two spaces began to overlap. At this time, the mirror in the sky of the demon world also moved, slowly extending downwards bit by bit. The people on the ground instinctively felt the arrival of danger, and all stopped moving, looking at the gradually sinking reflection in surprise. The artificial moon in the sky was swallowed by the reflection, and the whole world fell into darkness and chaos. People, Mom, what should we do? A human little girl looked at the approaching haze above her head and hugged her mother in horror. I don't know, maybe the only thing we can do is to pray to the God of light. More and more prayers sounded. In the face of irresistible despair, people could only turn to the gods they believed in, even though they had been silent for many years, even though they turned a deaf ear. Do you hear these prayers? The last elegy of this world. Quiriana looked at the dim starlight of Chinrue and laughed. Is about to end. The last question. Chinrue seemed to have given up all resistance. Why destroy? Destruction is to recreate the supreme power and glory of the past and to create a new order. Destruction and creation are originally the unchanging principle of this universe. To put it bluntly, destroying all life is just to restore their own strength. This is the so-called gods. Chinrue exposed the cruel essence behind the high-sounding words and shook his head. How many lives and civilizations have been annihilated because of this? The meaning of life is elimination, natural selection, survival of the fittest. The inferior ants can only live in the world because of the kindness of the superior. The law of the jungle is their unchangeable fate. Quiriana sneered. Being weak is originally the most unforgivable sin. You don't even have this kind of awareness. Even if you are given another billions of years, it will be difficult for you to surpass yourself and reach that realm. This is surpassing. Chinrue looked at the huge corpse in the distance and closed his eyes. Billions of years? No, you are wrong. If it is this kind of surpassing, I will never be able to reach that level. Be completely annihilated with this world. You don't have any luck left. Quiriana's body once again turned illusory, wanting to launch the most powerful attack. Suddenly, her movement stopped, and so did her eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes stared closely at Chinrue's hand. There was a card there, the face of which was the magic card of the King of Darkness. The pattern on the back was the Supreme Key. The Supreme Key was the key to open the 7th silver box, which was also the strongest key, the Book of Life and Death. Lucifer said that using it would destroy everything. The atmosphere suddenly froze. However, the Supreme Key suddenly disappeared again. Chinrue slowly opened his eyes. You have been leading me. At the last moment of life and death. This strange sentence made Quiriana's expression change. Chapter 1270. You're afraid of the Supreme Key. No, it's the will that's afraid of it. Chinrue was no longer angry or desperate. Instead, he was unprecedentedly calm. From the beginning of the battle, when you were sure that you couldn't kill me directly, you guided me to use this trump card. Did you want me to use it in advance? Or is there a special way to contain it here? Quiriana's bloody pupils constricted. Chinrue's voice became calmer. If I guessed correctly, those corpses had actually awakened before I came, and not when the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction rose into the sky. However, their power did not recover. As you said before, sacrificing all the lives on the main plane to create the so-called New Order is the price needed to recover. The Book of Creation and Book of Destruction should also be a very important part. So, in the Battle of the White Sea, you were willing to be seriously injured to take them away. Looking at Quiriana, whose eyes were full of hostility, Chinrue knew that even if he didn't guess it completely correctly, he was not far from it. In the Battle of the Demon Realm, the reason why you didn't appear was not because of your injuries, but because of the recovery of the will. That's why the world on the surface was changed to this state. Of course, in your eyes, we had already lost the Book of Destruction and Book of Creation. Just Sauceback and Delothro were enough to destroy everything. Just now, you released the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction to lure me into the Chaos Realm. Then, you didn't hesitate to give me time to breathe and even explain those secrets. You wanted to create an illusion in me and make me use the Supreme Key. However, they were too afraid of the Supreme Key's power. They didn't even dare to kill me directly for fear of triggering the Book of Life and Death. They just used their divine power to crush my power and sent me back here for you to deal with. Even if there was a chance, they wouldn't be the ones annihilated. To put it bluntly, you're just a pathetic puppet. By the way, maybe they wanted to use you to seize my Supreme Key. It's too late to realize it now. Quiriana's blood-red eyes flickered with flames. This is a conspiracy, and it's also an open conspiracy. Now that your soul has been severely injured by the divine might, and you're trapped in the scarlet blood spider formation, you've lost most of your strength. I don't know if you still have the ability to use the Supreme Key. Regardless of whether you use it or not, I will give you the final blow right now and take everything from you. The 3 constellations lit up at the same time, and all the energy in the space fused into Quiriana's body. The complete form of Quiriana was burning with destructive flames, and terrifying bone spikes spread out, as though a huge spider queen was preparing to hunt for its prey in the spider's web. In the next second, the red light charged at Chinrue in an unprecedented manner. Quiriana's words were not exaggerated. It was a conspiracy before, and now it was an open conspiracy. He had already lost most of his power. Even if he could see through the intent of the will, even if he had any other tricks up his sleeve, it would all be futile in the face of absolute power. The paramount key might be his last hope. Facing this fatal blow, what should he do? Or not use it? Demon Realm. After the reflection engulfed the light in the sky, it continued to sink. The highest peak of the Demon Realm, Sororum Peak, which was 20,000 meters above sea level, was the first to come into contact with the reflection after the artificial moon. The moment it came into contact with itself in the mirror, Sororum Peak and the reflection collapsed at the same time. Countless people saw this scene on the magic television, and all of them were horrified. People finally knew what the reflection would bring. Everyone and the whole world would follow the footsteps of Sororum Peak and be annihilated together with their own shadows. There was no way to go, no place to escape. Grandpa, when will Mom and Dad come back? Duo bit her finger and asked Rex, who had a solemn expression. Upon hearing the 2 most familiar names of Mom and Dad, Daudu, who was in Faye Air's arms, also shook her head and tried to find the 2 closest people. Unfortunately, she didn't find them. Looking at the shadow of death sinking bit by bit in the sky, Rex touched the little girl's hair and forced a smile. It should be soon. Yeah. Oh, Gulas sighed. He will come back with Oliphius and Lala Aria. And Rala. Maria snuggled in Spin's arms, and Palgoris and Sophia also held each other tightly. In the distant, bloody empire, Raisin stood quietly at the entrance of the palace hall. He didn't look at the sky, but he just looked at the empty throne. Further away in the sacred mountain, Satan, whose white hair was fluttering, looked up at the sky. His eyes were lonely just like that time. The shining red light penetrated Chun Rue's body like lightning. There was no kind of destructive momentum, and it was even unobstructed. Quiriana's figure appeared behind Chinrue. Looking at Chinrue, who had completely disappeared under the starlight, she sneered, "It turns out to be just a bluff. You are simply—" Chinrue's calm voice sounded. "From the beginning, I didn't intend to use it. Then, you only have a dead end." Before he finished speaking, Quiriana's face suddenly changed. "What did you do?" "I just took a gamble and gave you the last power," Chinrue said faintly. "The difference is that it was not seized by you but returned. This power is divinity." Quiriana covered her head, and the 3 huge constellations in the distance also began to distort. "This is not my power, but the will of the abyss, which is the so-called gods." Chinrue glanced at the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction in the sky, and he said faintly, "You have the protection of the will, and you are immortal. Even my ability cannot completely destroy you. There is only one way to defeat you, and that is the power of the will itself." "How can you—" Quiriana's body trembled, and the spider silk that surrounded Chinrue began to weaken rapidly. "There is one thing you are wrong about. I actually didn't break free from the divinity before, but I chose the riskiest devour. Although I could only devour a part of it. As you can see, it even caused an explosion due to the backlash, and I was almost completely annihilated. But this time, I won the gamble in the end." Chinrue was using mirror body, but it was by no means a simple mirror body. In the previous battle, he had used star conversion, and he also had that kind of rebound damage from revenge, but it was not a real threat to Quiriana. This mirror body was a combination of the divinity power of devouring and the power of all the remaining constellations. Qin Rui's attainments in ancient runes and magic circles had reached the level of a guru. After experiencing several snatches, he had already faintly seen through the mystery of the blood spider formation. This formation was powerful and ingenious, and its mystery was not to directly snatch the ability, but to use the powerful will to suppress the consciousness and strangle the soul. The trapped person's soul was severely damaged, and the subjective consciousness could not perform the opposite ability. In addition to the original power of devouring life and soul, it created the power to snatch. Under the restriction of this power, if he really used the supreme key, his consciousness would also be suppressed. Not only could he not perform it, but it would also be snatched away. So, the real goal of the divinity power and the blood spider formation was the supreme key. Obtaining the supreme key that controlled the book of life and death was the biggest goal of the abyss. Although Chen Rui saw through the mystery of the blood spider formation, and he would not fall into the trap of using the supreme key, he still could not get rid of its power. The various constellation powers that he used in the previous battle were indeed suppressed and could not be used, but he still had other non-combat constellations. For example, Adeline's music, Samuel's loyalty, Kia's love, Alice's life, and so on. All the constellation powers were integrated into the divinity power that he devoured, and they were all reflected to Quiriana in the form of a mirror body. This was also his last power. Even if her body was torn into pieces, she would still be fine. But now, she screamed in agony, clutching her head tightly as though she was suffering from excruciating pain. The human faces of the three major constellations in the distance also showed distorted expressions. Their facial features began to blur, and the stars inside them began to explode and extinguish. The blood spider formation around Qin had completely collapsed, and the constellation powers that were seized gradually returned to his body. Under the suppression of the divinity power and the formation, the star god statues that were originally connected with his soul and were heavily damaged also began to slowly recover. However, he did not feel relieved because of this. Quiriana had not fallen yet, and at least she had the power to make the final blow. There was still a greater enemy in the void that deserved more vigilance. In Chen Rui's hand, he secretly held the supreme key. However, at this time, the void that seemed to be overlapping gave him a strange feeling, and that was emptiness. Emptiness. Quiriana's painful howl suddenly stopped, and the hands that were covering her head also slowly loosened. Chen Rui sensed something and did not look at the void anymore. On that vaguely delicate face, the blood-red color in the right eye quickly dissipated, and it returned to its original blue color. What was different from the previous few times was that this blue color was no longer empty. Instead, it was as tranquil as the lake in the forest, and the blood-red color in the left eye seemed weak and dim. Her body was trembling, and from the intense distortion of the three major constellations behind her, one could tell that she was suffering at this moment. However, her trembling was not because of pain. The current her would not tremble because of loyalty, love, life, and so on. She would only be more clear-headed. Chen Rui stared at that pair of eyes and finally revealed a smile. "Welcome back." These 4 words made Quiriana's body stop trembling. She saw that there was something in Chen Rui's hand, and he handed it over. It was not a weapon, but a pair of glasses. Judging by his Grand Master's level of mechanics, this pair of ordinary glasses was not an outstanding work. However, for Quiriana, this was the most precious thing in the world. Once, she thought she had lost it, and now it was back in front of her. Before she sank into the nightmare, she left behind this precious object and memory. At that time, he found it in the volcanic cave, took it away, and kept it until today. At this moment, she felt as if time had stopped, and only the hand that was slowly reaching for the glasses, with sharp nails, terrifying monstrous claws. This was her hand. In her blue right eye, tears flowed down. Chapter 1271. The sharp claws hesitated for a moment and finally reached for the glasses again. At this moment, the blood-red color in the left eye flared up again, and the three huge constellations faintly revealed their roaring faces. A strong voice shouted in her mind, "Kill him!" Quiriana screamed, and the claws that reached for the glasses slashed at Chenrue's throat. The speed was as fast as lightning. In her soul, the flow of time seemed to be extremely slow. Countless consciousness, countless scenes flashed by. Kill him! The irresistible will, from the moment she was born, was integrated into her life. This was fate. She had fought against it more than once. But in the end, she could not reverse fate and completely sank in destruction and hatred. She did not talk much with him. From the time she met him, including the sentence just now, he said a total of 36 sentences. Every word in the memory, every warmth was remembered in her heart. "This is a pair of magic glasses that I made temporarily. You will come back, right?" "I will definitely. I will wait for you." Hatred and destruction soon covered all of these. It was an inescapable, endless destiny. This remnant of her soul did not live for the sake of existence. She just wanted to see him again. "Kill him! Kill him!" The voice sounded again. Irresistible, fate. "You don't have to hate because in your eyes there is more than hate." The claws swung out with all her strength, just to touch the distant warmth. Chenrue's gaze froze. The moment Blanche's claws approached his throat, she suddenly paused, and then suddenly stabbed into her own blood-red left eye. Something seemed to break in the left eye, and countless flaming blood burst out. The three constellations that showed the roaring expression before completely collapsed with a shrill explosion. Chenrue flew over with all his strength and desperately caught the falling figure. That vaguely delicate face was full of boiling blood, and both eyes could not open, but his expression was extraordinarily calm. For the first time in his life, he was so calm. "Blanche! Blanche! Is it over?" His voice was calling her name. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak. She didn't even have the strength to look at him. His body became lighter and lighter. "I really want to see him." What was that warm feeling? His tears? Finally, he felt the warmth of his dreams. She thought she had lost him, but he had never left her side, and that inescapable fate was getting further and further away. In my eyes, Chenrue hugged the slowly thinning body, and tears blurred his vision. Neither potions, tools, or abilities were omnipotent. Blanche's consciousness and soul had long since become one with the will of the abyss and could not be separated. From the moment she destroyed her own soul, her most basic origin collapsed, just like how Michael and Gabriel were annihilated. "I will take you home, our home." Chenrue kissed the face that had almost disappeared. Home! She seemed to have sensed it and heard it. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and then she completely vanished into thin air. All that was left was a red light floating in the air. It was a damaged red crystal ball. There were even dried blood stains on it. It was the last thing she left him. Chenrue slowly and carefully held the crystal ball in his hand. He closed his eyes as if he could still feel the pain at that moment, not only physically, but also in the depths of his soul. But there was something that surpassed all the pain. That was love. When he opened his eyes again, the space in the Scarlet Galaxy had completely disappeared, and the scene returned to the nightmare volcano. What was different from before was that the giant eye, the Book of Creation, and the Book of Destruction had all disappeared, leaving behind only the giant altar. The three statues on the altar had collapsed like the three constellations in the Scarlet Galaxy. The abyssal monsters had also disappeared. However, the abyssal monsters weren't the most worrisome factor right now. In the sky, the original blood clouds had disappeared and were replaced by a reflection that resembled the demon world. The reflection was rapidly approaching the ground at an even faster speed than before. This was the most terrifying crisis. The entire main plane was facing the greatest calamity of all time. Although Blanche's body and soul had been destroyed, and she could not even speak in her final moments, she deliberately left a trace of consciousness in the crystal ball and told him the biggest secret. The will of Abyss had indeed begun to recover a long time ago. The reason was that it had used the power of the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction to absorb the countless destroyed life forces on the surface. However, this recovery was only in the initial stage. It was still far from complete recovery, and it needed to constantly consume power to activate its dormant body, which was the huge corpse that Qinrui saw. Because of this, it was eager to devour the life and origin of the entire main plane. Similarly, it had to maintain the state of its body, and it could not divert too much power at the moment. Unless it had been annihilated once and almost completely lost its eternal and immortal power, the fear of the Supreme Key was far beyond imagination. After sensing Chen Rui's appearance on the surface, out of caution, the Will of Abyss did not face him personally. Instead, it immediately left the nightmare volcano and went to the chaotic realm. Before leaving, the Will of Abyss had left behind the final godly might projection and the blood spider formation, with the purpose of allowing Quiriana to obtain the Supreme Key. Therefore, Quiriana had been trying to lure Qinrui into using the Supreme Key. Qinrui's guess was right. If he had really used the Supreme Key, there would only be one result. It would have been snatched away. He had guessed wrong that the Will of Abyss had left prematurely. The chaotic realm that he saw before that was about to merge was actually just a projection. Its purpose was naturally to lure him into using his final trump card. That was why there was that feeling of emptiness later, because the godly might that supported the space had already been exhausted during the attack. After sensing the collapse of Quiriana's power, the Will made a prompt decision to further activate the power of the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction at the expense of overdrawing its power that had yet to fully recover. It wanted to destroy the entire main plane in advance, including Qinrui, who held the Supreme Key. Even if they could not kill Qinrui, as long as they destroyed all life on the main plane and recovered their true power, it would be a piece of cake to kill Qinrui. Just in case, before speeding up the destruction of the world, they did something even more decisive, which was to seal off the mysterious land. However, these wills who thought that they had everything under control were ultimately unable to grasp everything. For example, human nature. Or, for example, the Stargate, the UFO land. A gate shining with faint starlight opened. When Qinrui entered the UFO land, his soul felt a strange vibration, as if he had sensed some kind of strong fluctuation of consciousness. Countless images that had never been seen before quickly flashed past his mind. A fierce battle. The sky was filled with countless strong lights that danced and crisscrossed. There were many familiar figures, angels, fallen angels, dragons, elves. They were not the controlled, mass-produced monsters like the Abyss, but real lives with their own consciousness. For the fanatical faith in their eyes, they fought without regard for their own lives. In a flash of light, hundreds and thousands of super-level experts were instantly annihilated, including those with pseudo-god level strength. The scale, level, and intensity of such a battle would be unimaginable if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Qinrui instantly understood. A battle of the gods. Although he did not see any gods, if it was any other era in the future, it would be impossible for there to be so many experts. At the same time, he also vaguely understood why Michael, Satan, and those who had experienced the battle of the gods wanted to become gods at all costs. Even a peak pseudo-god level existence could fall at any time in such a battle, not to mention ordinary experts. Everyone was just cannon fodder and chess pieces in the game of the gods, unless they became the gamblers. The illusion of the fierce battle flashed past Qinrui's mind. The next moment, a tide of wandering souls appeared in front of him. The white figures almost filled his entire vision, and they swarmed toward Qinrui. There seemed to be some changes in the mysterious land. The rules that restricted the strength of demigods and above were gone, and there were many more powerful existences among the wandering souls. Shinrue knew that these wandering souls were formed from the souls of the battle of the gods. Now, they were definitely attacking under the will of the gods. He did not want to fight with these souls, and he did not have time to waste here. The outside world was facing its final crisis. He took out the cracked red crystal ball and crushed it. The surrounding space suddenly distorted strangely, and a vertical whirlpool door appeared in front of him. This was the only privilege that Quiriana, as the highest oracle, received. It allowed her to directly enter the final realm of chaos in the mysterious land. It was also the real reason why Blanche left him the crystal ball. She did not know that he could directly go to the UFO land, but she left her last hope and wish to him. Bring her home. This was the promise that Shinrue gave to her, to Duo, to all his relatives and friends. Without hesitation, he flew into the whirlpool. At the moment when Shinrue entered the next space, before he could see the situation in front of him clearly, countless powerful forces came from all directions. The level of these forces was far beyond what he could bear, and it was not something that the power of constellation could resist. Even if he could resurrect 10,000 times, he would be instantly turned into ashes. The source of the power was those huge corpses. Shinrue could not resist, but there was light in his hand, the magic card King of Darkness. At this time, he did not hesitate to use the supreme key. At this moment, time and space seemed to stand still, including all the surging power. When the blood-red light shone through the entire realm of chaos, Shinrue did not see any light. He seemed to have entered another world. It was chaos, drowsy, lifeless, and without light. It was full of stagnation and dead silence. Everything seemed to be destroyed. This scene made Shinrue feel inexplicably familiar. Is this what the world looks like after it is destroyed? Could it be that the supreme key just now made the entire world? Wait, no. This familiarity is the super system. To be more precise, it was the chaotic state of the super system at the beginning, before the universe was born. Why is it in this place? Where is the realm of chaos? Where is the will of the gods? Just when Shinrue was surprised, an indescribably powerful origin power appeared in the chaos and seemed to be brewing. Then, a violent vibration and explosion occurred. Light appeared in the space, and the feeling of stagnation disappeared because there was time. Life also appeared because there was death. This was life and death. Similarly, this was also a cycle of destruction and creation. The process of the birth of living spaces was different from the supersystem. The spaces where living spaces were not all planets. There were also interlaced or parallel territories. This series of evolutions passed quickly. In the eyes of a bystander like Shinrue, it was the fast-forward process of the birth of this universe and life. The scene changed again, and he came to a sunny space. Shinrue, who had witnessed the evolution of the universe before, clearly felt that this was the territory formed by the most essential power of the evolution of the universe, or it could be called the main plane. The main plane retained the three most powerful origin powers that created the world. Among these three origins, the strongest was not creation or destruction, but the origin that brewed being and non-being and life and death after destruction and before creation. This was the book of life and death, the book of creation, and the book of destruction. Chapter 1272. As a bystander, Shinrue had witnessed the birth of the entire universe and life. The first intelligent life evolved from the book of life and death, and its name was Extremis. Extremis possessed the greatest power, using the changes of the origin of creation and origin of destruction. He deduced and gave birth to the second generation of intelligent life. He led the second generation of intelligent life to absorb and comprehend the power of the origin. At the same time, more life evolved and were born. All kinds of life appeared in the main plane and some other planes. To be precise, the origin of the universe was the root of the birth of all things. Extremists and the second generation of intelligent life were no exception. They mostly used the power of the origin to accelerate and guide the evolution of life. Even without them, life would still evolve and be born. Extremis was the only life evolved from the Book of Life and Death. He possessed the greatest power. At the same time, he also realized that the Book of Life and Death was the only existence that could restrain him. For this reason, Extremis had thought of destroying the Book of Life and Death more than once. However, the Book of Life and Death was the most origin of power left behind by the evolution of the universe. It could not be destroyed at all. Therefore, he could only try to control or seal it. Just like that, the Book of Life and Death gave birth to a second life, the key. The key was not an ordinary artifact. It was a life form with an independent consciousness. It was compatible with the power of destruction and creation. Its name was Lucifer, which originally meant Supreme Key. Chinrue finally understood Lucifer's identity. No wonder Quiriana called him the incarnation of the Supreme Key. It turned out that Lucifer himself was the Supreme Key. Then, what reappeared in front of him now was the most ancient age of gods since the birth of life in this universe. Lucifer was compatible with the power of the origin of creation and destruction. He could seal the power of the Book of Life and Death. He was a rather powerful life form. He was not inferior to the second generation of intelligent life forms. In order to eliminate a certain potential threat, Extremis used the Supreme Rule to limit Lucifer's growth when he was born. This caused Lucifer's strength to always stay at a certain level. It would not decrease, nor could it increase. After completing all this, Extremis worshipped the origin that brewed the birth of the entire universe as the founder. He became the supreme god of all life forms in all planes. The second generation of sapient life forms became the gods under the overgod, respectfully addressing Polaris as Father God. The gods absorbed the power of faith from all kinds of living beings and became stronger. Life was also blessed by the gods and rapidly multiplied and grew stronger. The vitality of the entire universe was unprecedentedly vigorous. The scene cut to another scene. A woman was holding Lucifer's arm intimately as they strolled in the garden. The woman's face couldn't be seen clearly, but her temperament made Chinrue feel that he had seen her before. At this time, an uncoordinated voice came from behind. "Lafty, we are now gods. If you continue to walk with him, it will not only damage your dignity, but also the dignity of all the gods." It turned out that this woman was the elemental goddess Lafferty that Chinrue had seen in the elemental realm. This sentence made Lucifer clench his fists, but Lafferty still didn't loosen her grip. She said coldly to the back, "Did you forget the time when you fought alongside him? Have you forgotten the help he gave you?" "That was then, and this is now." The dazzling figure said faintly, "Now is no longer the original chaotic era, but the era of gods that belongs to Father God and us. The rule of this world is that strength is respected. If his strength could be on par with me, like before, then we would still be friends. But now he is just an ant and doesn't deserve to stand beside you and me. It's you, not you and me." Lafferty sneered, "Don't confuse me with you." Hera snorted and looked at Lucifer. "You can only deceive her for a while. After all, she is a god. One day, she will wake up and you will have nothing. If you don't want to fight, get out of here." Lafferty was angry, and her body burned with colorful light. Hera was quite afraid of Lafferty, so he didn't say anything more. He turned into light and disappeared resentfully. Lucifer gently broke away from Lafferty's hand. "You don't have to be like this. Actually, he is right. In the beginning, he and the gods were originally partners. The gods gradually became stronger under the power of faith, while his strength remained below the god level because of the restrictions. Just like that, the gap between their identities and relationships was widened step by step. His friend in the past became a god that he could only look up to. Only Lafferty remained the same. You don't need to take that guy's words to heart. Plus, he is not my opponent at all. Since strength is respected, then I will beat him until he can't speak. Lafferty held Lucifer's hand again. You don't have confidence in my strength? Or do you not have confidence in my love? Although light, Hera, and darkness, Sereniate, are the two leaders of the gods, everyone in the divine mountain knows that element Lafferty is the strongest existence below Father God. No matter what, I have confidence in you. Lucifer looked at this elemental goddess who felt more like a sister than a lover and nodded with a bitter smile. Time passed by quickly. They were still in the garden. Lafferty looked gloomily at the stars in the night sky. Father God destroyed the Crimson Star Plane today because someone accidentally knocked over the offerings in the temple of the highest God. It's such an insignificant matter, but all the lives in that plane. Why didn't you dissuade him? The first to dissuade him was the god of livestock Peliassu, but in the end, Lafferty lowered her head. Peliassu was annihilated, and Hera, who was closely related to Peliassu, was also exiled to the lava plain. Lucifer was not happy to hear that the most annoying Hera was exiled. Lafferty sighed and said, Father has become more and more arbitrary these years. He doesn't tolerate any disobedience or doubt. Even if it's us, we will be executed if we accidentally break the taboo. Taboo? Disdain flashed past Lucifer's eyes. The Crimson Star Plane and Peliassu are just unlucky. The real reason is that our supreme god is still brooding over the god of war's rebellion. War god Kilo had joined forces with a few other gods to steal the Book of Destruction and Book of Creation not long ago, and used the power of these two books to launch an assassination on the supreme god. Unfortunately, the overgod was simply too powerful. He was only slightly injured, and the meticulous assassination attempt had failed. Lafferty frowned. Wasn't the rebellion quelled? I killed Kilo with my own hands and took back the stolen Book of Creation and Book of Destruction. For this, Father God was very happy and specially rewarded me. His true heart was not happy, but angry and frightened. Today it was Kilo who rebelled, and tomorrow it could be someone else. Lucifer sneered. He can be unscrupulous and squander his power and divine might as he pleased, but he does not tolerate the slightest bit of disobedience from others. He can even kill people just because he suspects them, but he never suspects himself. If it wasn't for him going against the grain, how could the originally loyal Kilo? Before he could finish, Lafferty covered his mouth, revealing a look of horror. Don't say any more. This elemental plane might not be able to hide from Father God's senses. If Lucifer slowly moved Lafferty's hand away, shaking his head. Don't worry, I have the Book of Life and Death sealed within me, which is of irreplaceable value to him. At the very least, he won't die. What I'm worried about now is you. This time, you displayed amazing talent in quelling the rebellion. You were actually able to fuse the source of the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction. It seems that you are his most beloved and most outstanding daughter. But right now, he doesn't trust anyone. In the face of his desire for absolute control, you are also his most dangerous and potential enemy. Peliassu and the Crimson Star Plane are not the first batch of sacrifices, nor will they be the last. No matter what, you must be careful. I understand. Lafferty nodded. Lucifer sighed. Originally, I wanted to break through the restrictions and become a high and mighty god, worshipped by millions. But now I'm thinking, what is a god? Does this world really need a god? Lafferty also fell silent, and the two were speechless for a long time. The scene changed again, turning into a gloomy prison cell. The walls were covered with the suppression boundary of supreme power, and with Lucifer's strength, there was no way he could break it. Outside the cell window, he could see the sky filled with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The sounds of an intense battle seemed to be coming from outside. The next moment, countless beams of light lit up in the cell, and the Supreme Authority's barrier gradually dissipated under the strong light. A familiar voice rang out, "Lucifer." Lucifer was a little surprised, because the one who broke into this secret prison to save him was not Lafferty, but Hanks, who should have been exiled. It was not only Hynx who came, but also Soliat and almost all the other gods. They worked together to open the suppression boundary, but among this group of people, only Lafferty was not present. Father God has completely lost control. Hynx seemed flustered and exasperated. I received reliable information from a servant of the gods that Father God wants to completely devour the power of the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction, and imitate the founder to destroy and create a brand new world with absolute control. In that world, he will have no weaknesses, and all the original life, including us, will be destroyed. Lucifer was shocked. He did not expect the supreme god to be this crazy. He hurriedly asked, "Where is Lafferty?" "She is used as a sacrifice to fuse the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction, imprisoned on the altar at the peak of the Divine Mountain, and the ceremony is about to begin." Lucifer's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why the supreme god imprisoned him. It was not only because of Lafferty, but also because of the Book of Life and Death, which could threaten the supreme god. He looked at the gods and understood. Do you want to? No one wants to be destroyed in body and soul. If you want to live, and live freely, you have to fight. God of Darkness, Soliat said, "Lucifer, we need your power." Lucifer's eyebrows twitched. He had not heard these words for a long time. Just like before, Lucifer nodded without hesitation. But this time it was not for them, but for Lafferty and for all the life in all the planes. Chapter 1273. After Lucifer and the gods left the prison, the scene in Chenrue's eyes changed again, this time to the scene of a fierce battle. The void was shattered, and the whole world was constantly twisting, shattering, and shaking. Terrifying energy, waves dissipated in all directions. Although these were only existences similar to soul illusions to Chenrue, he could still feel the terror of that level of energy. Even if he was at his peak, once he was caught in the energy wave, he would be turned into ashes. Not long ago, Chenrue had witnessed a large-scale battle in the UFO land. The number of people fighting in front of him was far less than that battle, but the power and intensity were more than 1,000 times greater. This was the battle of the gods. To be more precise, it was the first battle of the gods. The gods turned into galaxies that contained great power, surrounding the supreme god in the center. Every attack carried a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Even the supreme god would not be able to escape unscathed under such attacks. The injured supreme god let out a furious roar, and wherever his will reached, the galaxies were shattered and shattered. The immortal bodies of the gods were torn into pieces by the terrifying power and turned into dust. Many gods fell one after another. For the sake of survival, the gods had no other choice. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and continued to besiege the supreme god. However, the power of the supreme god was too strong. The surging power was like a small universe, and the radiance of all the galaxies and stars seemed insignificant and dim in front of him. To the gods, the situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, the supreme god suddenly showed a look of fear, because the power that he feared the most had appeared, the Book of Life and Death. These damn guys, they actually released the supreme key that he had secretly suppressed in the prison, and they even opened the suppression power that he had placed on Lucifer. Now, the most dreadful thing, the Book of Life and Death, had been released. As soon as the aura of life and death appeared, the power of the supreme gods was greatly suppressed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the remaining gods, under the leadership of Hynx and Soliat, launched the craziest attack without any regard for their own lives. Finally, the supreme god could not hold on any longer. His damaged body emitted a blood-red aura, and his body began to be destroyed bit by bit. Realizing that he was in a hopeless situation, the Supreme Divine General made up his mind and charged toward the Book of Life and Death at the risk of being completely annihilated. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own body as he forcefully fused with the Book of Life and Death, erupting with a power that made everyone tremble. The paramount God had made up his mind. Even if he died, he wanted everyone to die with him. This wasn't just the power of the Book of Life and Death. Lucifer had used the power of the Legion of Gods to break free of the paramount God seal, but that had already hurt his vital energy. Even if he used all of his power, he wouldn't be able to seal the Book of Life and Death. Just when Lucifer was exhausted and on the verge of annihilation, something happened that he could never forget. Lafferty stood in front of him and used her talent to activate the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction. She fused with the sealing power within Lucifer's body and sealed the Book of Life and Death and the remnant soul of the Supreme God in her own elemental plane. The price was her life. At the last moment of being sealed, the Supreme God cursed Lucifer with her soul and the Book of Life and Death. She cursed Lucifer to live a life worse than death and suffered in agony. She cursed the gods to lose their divinity and their souls to sink in darkness forever. At the moment, Lucifer escaped the fate of being the key but lost his loved one. This kind of pain didn't need to be cursed. The scene in Chinrue's eyes gradually became blurry. He finally understood the whole story of the first battle of the gods and what kind of existence was sealed in the elemental plane. The elemental war must be a ritual to maintain the seal when the elemental goddess wasn't around. Only if Lafferty's shard of divinity could it end the elemental war. This was the first battle of the gods and the succession of divine authority. In the end, the supreme god was defeated by the gods and sealed in the elemental plane. The scene changed again and showed the gods fighting against the will of the abyss formed by the divinity of darkness. After a few gods unexpectedly fell, the gods finally discovered the secret that the divinity of darkness was equivalent to their destiny twins. Annihilating the divinity of darkness was equivalent to suicide, so the gods gave up their original intention and sealed the will of the abyss in the lava plane. As a precaution, they also set up a barrier of authority in the main plane. The gods who thought that they had completely solved the problem started to replace the supreme god to control the world and enjoy a free and unrestrained life. They accepted the worship of all life and bestowed all kinds of power to their believers. They selected a large number of divine servants to spread their own beliefs and doctrines. The devout believers built the city of angels at the foot of the sacred mountain. Through the divine servants, they listened to the teachings of the gods. The gods would also send down miracles from time to time. From Chen Rui's point of view, this city of angels was very similar to the city of holy light of the Church of Light that he knew. It was probably planned by Michael and the others based on the original city of angels. Other than the gods, the highest administrator of the city of angels was the leader of the 7 angels. Among the 7 archangels, Lucifer was ranked first. Although he was restricted by the supreme authority and couldn't break through to the divine level, Lucifer was undoubtedly the number 1 person below the divine level in terms of strength, combat experience, and qualifications. Having experienced the death of the elemental goddess, Lucifer gradually recovered from the trauma in his heart with the comfort of time. He now had a warm home. His main wife was the former divine servant of the elemental goddess, Phoenix Maiden. He also had many concubines. As the most powerful archangel, he also had the most admirers, including outstanding women like Gabriel and Benham. The divine servant who revealed the conspiracy of the supreme god to destroy the world back then was the elf Alucir, who had a certain level of foresight. She was appointed as the servant of fate by the gods and became friends with Lucifer. Michael, Satan, and the others also admired Lucifer's power and followed him in everything. He had a family, relatives, and friends. This allowed Lucifer to find the meaning of life again. However, good times didn't last long. While the gods enjoyed freedom and the highest authority, their desires also expanded rapidly. Due to losing that common enemy, the original conflicts started to become more prominent. The conflict of beliefs intensified day by day, and finally they split into 2 camps, the light and the darkness. Since he had a feud with the god of light, Hanks, Lucifer did not hesitate to accept the invitation of the god of darkness, Satan. He chose the dark camp led by the god of darkness, Soliat, and retreated to the demon realm. Michael was originally one of the three most powerful God of Light messengers. It was impossible for him to betray Hanks. Gabriel and Raphael were the same. His former companions became enemies. The messengers of the dark camp were denounced as fallen by the angels on the surface. Only Ben Hong silently followed Lucifer into the darkness. The light denounced the darkness as evil, and the darkness retorted that the light was hypocritical. Under the conflict of beliefs and beliefs, the war between the two sides was inevitable. This was a long war and also a catastrophe. The believers fought crazily for the will of the gods. Countless messengers, divine servants, and believers died in the war. Qin had already witnessed the tragic situation in the UFO land, and he still had lingering fears. The overlapping hatred and the fanaticism of the faith caused the war to escalate further. The war affected more and more innocent people. As the strongest warrior, Lucifer had once indulged in the pleasure of killing enemies and controlling the battlefield, until one day when he returned home, he found that the warm home had turned into a scorched earth. His loved ones, whose voices and smiles were still in his memory, had turned into cold corpses. Only the soul of the Phoenix girl's youngest daughter had not dissipated. With the help of Ben Hong, it was temporarily sealed. Then the angry and sorrowful Lucifer broke into the surface world alone. He slaughtered the angel army that attacked the demon realm and even the city where they were. In the blood and flames, he suddenly came to a horrifying realization. It turned out that he had also become the murderer that destroyed countless families and took away countless relatives. It was from the beginning. At this moment, Lucifer felt a pain that was worse than death. The supreme curse had been fulfilled once again. A Lucifer appeared and brought a secret that shocked Lucifer even more. This was a secret that a Lucifer had learned not long ago, and that was the agreement of the gods. The agreement between the light and darkness was that the gods themselves would not participate in the war. Within 100 years, based on the number of deaths of believers on both sides, the loser would be honored and the winner would be the leader. After 10,000 years, the two sides would fight again, and the rules of the game would be the same. So many dead lives, so many destroyed families. It was not a conflict of faith or beliefs. It was just a game of interests and power played by the gods. The lives of the gods were eternal. This game would continue until they were tired of it and changed to a newer one. Qin also understood why more than one elemental king had said such words. All living things were just playthings of the gods. A Lucifer sighed and said to Lucifer meaningfully, at the beginning they fought with everything they had and defeated that person who wanted to destroy the world and enslave them. Now they have become that person. Lucifer looked at the sky, then at the blood on his hands. He used all his strength to say, "This world does not need gods." Qin suddenly recalled the feeling of this sentence. Yes, it was the sentence that Lucifer said in the elemental plane before annihilating Lafty's soul. This sentence contained a lot of meaning, especially for his former lover, Lafty, who was also one of the targets of the supreme curse, the elemental goddess. One could imagine his state of mind when he annihilated his lover with his own hands. Lafty also did not resist. Some things had already surpassed life and death. The scene changed again. Lucifer also looked at the gods in the sky and said the same sentence. Then he summoned the book of life and death that was sealed in the elemental plane and fused with the soul of the supreme god. The gods fell one after another under the power of life and death emitted by the incarnation of the supreme god's eye. There were no more gods in the world. This was the twilight of the gods. After eliminating the gods, Lucifer did not let the soul of the supreme god escape from the book of life and death. He once again sealed the book of life and death. Just like Lafty back then, he paid the price with his life. The supreme key that his body had transformed into was torn apart and scattered into the 7 artifacts. Only by borrowing the power of the source of the book of life and death, a trace of his remnant soul was preserved and scattered among the 7 artifacts. What happened afterward? Qin had personally experienced it. It was him who analyzed the 7 artifacts, allowing Lucifer's soul to reunite and obtain an early and weakest rebirth. The 7 scattered artifacts on the scene fused together and revealed Lucifer's shadow, quietly looking at Chenrue. Lucifer's eyes were still as peculiar as when they first met. They seemed indifferent, but contained deep emotions that were unforgettable. If there was a third person, they would find that although the two looked completely different, some of their temperaments were similar. This might be the reason why many people misunderstood that Chenrue was Lucifer. Chenrue was also looking at Lucifer. These images in his consciousness just now were transmitted to him by Lucifer using the last of his soul power. It was not only to tell him the truth, but also something else. Lucifer's current remnant soul could only summon the Book of Life and Death once before the Supreme Key completely collapsed. It could only be summoned and could not be sealed again. Chenrue suddenly remembered the bet between Lucifer and Elusier in the mirror world. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. The past could no longer be replicated, and it was meaningless. If he wanted to truly end or change everything, he could only transcend. Lucifer could not transcend the past, so Elusier chose the more likely Chenrue. Transcend, not only to surpass Lucifer, but also not to surpass other existences. More importantly, it was to surpass oneself, as the supreme god of the supersystem universe in another sense. Until now, Chenrue was still not sure if Elusier really knew the identity of a transmigrator, or if she knew about the integration of the supersystem. He could only be sure that the elf prophet, this bet was indeed very big. Seeing that Chenrue seemed to have understood something, Lucifer smiled, and his face gradually became thinner. Chenrue's vision returned to the original Chaos Realm. Although his consciousness had experienced many things just now, in reality, it was only a split second. In the Chaos Realm, countless indescribable powerful forces filled all of Chenrue's senses. He saw those huge corpses open their eyes one after another, and with vast and boundless power, they pounced towards him. In the sky, there were 2 rays of intense origin light, creation and destruction. Under such terrifying power, Chenrue could not escape, could not move, and could not even think. However, his eyes were calm, and the light of the card in his hand was getting brighter and brighter. The blood-red light illuminated the entire Chaos Realm. Under the illumination of this light, the brilliance of the Book of Creation and the Book of Destruction seemed to be overshadowed. The terrifying power emitted by the huge corpses was torn apart one after another. Even the sturdiest space of the Chaos Realm showed signs of solidification, and burning blood flames sprayed out of the cracks in the space. As the holder of the Supreme Key, Chenrue did not feel the damage of the blood flames. However, the awakened giants let out shrill screams, and their bodies quickly scorched under the burning of the red flames. The stars in the galaxy burst and disintegrated one after another. The scattered stars seemed to be attracted by something, and all of them frantically rushed towards the card and were instantly swallowed. At their peak, even the gods were not the opponents of the Supreme God, let alone in this state. The screams soon weakened, and the bodies of the giants began to rapidly decompose, and finally all turned into nothingness. These former gods did not hesitate to transform into the will of the abyss, and tried their best to destroy the entire world to resurrect. But in the end, it was all for naught. This was the twilight of the gods again, and it was also the true end. Just as the reflection of the demon realm and the surface world was about to reach the surface, it suddenly stopped moving, and the originally clear image gradually faded. After the gods disappeared, the entire Chaos Realm suddenly became empty. However, Chenrue did not leave, because he knew that there was still the final and most terrifying enemy. Chapter 1274. The magic card in Chenrue's hand slowly scattered into glowing particles. In the opposite space, a blurry shadow that was faintly blood-red appeared. In the blood-red shadow, the first thing that became clear was an eye. It was a blood-red pupil. This eye emitted the most primitive and ultimate aura, eternal and immortal. If it was Chun Rui who left the gate of two realms for the nightmare volcano, he would have been annihilated by this gaze. Even if he had just stepped into the chaotic realm, his soul and would have disintegrated under this gaze. However, Chinrue was not scared out of his wits. He just stared at that eye. The silhouette next to his eyes gradually became clearer, turning into a human body. Although it was clearly right in front of him, it gave off a feeling that it was unreachable. On the surface, there was no majestic and astonishing power, but those astonishing giants from before had all been reduced to ashes by the power of this person's hands and feet. This person's appearance was looming. It seemed to be perfect and flawless. The most clear thing was the eyes. The left eye had a blood-red pupil, and the right eye was empty black. Chinrue suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly understood. Abyss. It turned out that the will that manipulated everything behind the scenes, the true will of the Abyss, was not the gods, but the supreme God. Why would the gods be reborn in the divinity of darkness after they fell? From that moment on, the gods had fallen into the chessboard of the supreme God. In that case, even if the gods really destroyed the world and completely recovered, the will of the Abyss would use some kind of power in the curse to break free from the seal and resurrect, becoming the final winner. In the calculations of the supreme God, those high and mighty gods were just chess pieces that could be controlled. The surrounding space had become another place. This place was not unfamiliar to Chinrue, the elemental plane, where the existence of the supreme God was sealed. Now, in this plane, the aura of the elements could no longer be felt. It was filled with another kind of great and vast power that was thousands of times stronger. The vitality of the elemental plane, including the great elemental envoy that should be immortal, had disappeared without a trace. The rules of the universe had life and death. There was no existence that was truly immortal, unless it transcended the rules of the entire universe. Chinrue didn't find out what happened in the elements realm. Instead, he just watched this person in front of him. There were 3 balls of light in this person's hands, and they emitted the most fundamental aura: creation, destruction, and life and death. According to legend, the Creator used 3 days to destroy the original universe and 3 days to create this universe. There was still a day between the destruction and creation, so there was a total of 7 days. In his previous consciousness, Chinrue witnessed the birth of this universe with his own eyes. Combined with the process of the supersystem, he had a further understanding. The first 3 days were the incubation of being in nothingness. The 4th day was the most mysterious, creating something out of nothing. The 3rd day was the birth of being. Just as the Tao Te Ching said, "Nameless is the beginning of all living things, and famous is the mother of all living things." Both came from the same source, with different names having the same meaning. It was the most mysterious of mysteries, the door of all wonders. The Overgod, under the summons of the Paramount Key, had already broken free from his seal. In addition, he was now in control of the most powerful prime essences, which represented the 3 profound mysteries of being, nothing, and being nothing. "Who are you?" There was a hint of doubt in the voice that was as deep as the sky. It seemed to be surprised that this ant had not been annihilated. Although he had the dominant will of Quiriana and was no stranger to Chinrue, in the eyes of the Overgod, this kind of ant was not worth remembering at all. Chinrue did not make a sound. He just quietly felt and understood the power of this sentence that vibrated in his soul. Answer. The surrounding space trembled. Countless tearing forces appeared on Chinrue's body, but they were blocked by some kind of power. It turned out that the light spots that were scattered by the magic card did not disappear. Instead, they covered his body and protected him. Under the attack of this power, the light spots revealed their final form: sword, ring, mask, shield, armor, cloak, and boots. The whole set of the 7 artifacts that had disappeared once again covered Chinrue's body. As one, they emitted a pure power that they did not have before. They contained some kind of ultimate truth between life and death. These were the real 7 artifacts, and also the last gift that Lucifer had left for him. The 7 artifacts once contained the power of Lucifer's soul, which was part of the book of life and death. After the second twilight of the gods, Lucifer's soul was split into 7 parts along with the paramount key and fell into the demon realm. Under the influence of the power of the book of life and death, the demon realm gave birth to the 7 royal clans. This was also the reason why the 7 artifacts could only be used by the 7 royal clans. Of course, Chenrue was an exception. Now these 7 pieces of equipment were no longer the paramount key, but the 7 divine artifacts. Just trash that has lost its soul. There was a hint of disdain in the voice of the supreme god on the other side, and there was also a hint of anger in the disdain. It was not toward the Aunt Chenrue, but toward the supreme key of the past. As soon as the overgod finished speaking, a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the 7 artifacts. Even the so-called strongest illusory demon shield was the same, even though they themselves contained some kind of mystery from the book of life and death. In the face of the overgod's absolute power, they were still vulnerable. The power of a single sentence was enough to make them all crack. The terrifying power penetrated the 7 artifacts and wrapped around Chenrue. His body suddenly became blurry, and the 7 artifacts were also rapidly disintegrating. The overgod didn't look at the ant that was easily destroyed. He said to himself, after so many years, I finally understood the mystery of the book of life and death. Even if I didn't open the book of life and death, even if those stupid chess pieces failed, it was only a matter of time before I unlocked the seal. Now, creation, destruction, life and death are all under my control. No one can stop me from destroying and creating the entire world. Chenrue's voice sounded. The gods have already fallen. The book of life and death, the book of creation, and the book of destruction are all in your hands. Why do you still want to destroy the world? You're not destroyed? The overgod was slightly surprised. He saw that Chenrue's body, which had been as thin as smoke, was gradually becoming clearer. The overgod could clearly feel that the eyes of this ant seemed to be shining with dazzling starlight. Even he couldn't ignore that kind of brilliance. The 7 artifacts were already gone. He didn't know if they had completely disintegrated or been put away. At least, for the current Chenrue, he didn't need them anymore. A newly ascended god? The supreme god finally looked at him in the eye. At this time in Chenrue's consciousness, there was some kind of earth-shattering change. This change had already begun when he was fighting with Quiriana. The fusion of the constellations, the blazing life, the battle that burned everything. Not only was it an attack on the will of the abyss, it was also a touch of transcendence. After devouring that part of the godly power, although his body was heavily injured, the originally hazy feeling became more and more clear. More clarity came from the experience in Lucifer's soul after entering the chaotic realm. In the process of watching the evolution of the universe, his entire consciousness and perception unknowingly broke through a critical point. It was when the overgod used the supreme power to destroy him just now. It was equivalent to completely opening a door in front of him. There was no strong breakthrough in the battle, no outbreak of a cockroach before death, and no burning everything in the battle with Quiriana. It was just nature. It was completely different from the feeling when the abyss invasion was in vain. At the last moment of facing annihilation, in the calmness of completely letting go of everything, he naturally touched something that he had never been able to touch. In the status light screen of the Galaxy Divinity Temple of the Super System, a light ball that slowly lit up appeared on the head of the 3-dimensional human body. Together with the 6 below, it formed a straight line and ran vertically through the center of the human body. The 7th light ball was also the last one. The word in the light ball was E. So far, all the light balls were lit up. Astral, evil, fierce, law, transform, develop, E. There were a total of 7 realms. The strange thing was that in the last 7-star realm of evolution, no new skills or abilities were added. Instead, all the original abilities or data gradually faded and were replaced by another brand new feeling. Chinrue was in a half-understanding state when he heard the Overgod said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that after me and those minions, a new god could be born in this main plane where the belief has been declining rapidly. You are completely different from those minions just now. You give me a different feeling as if you are not under my control. It is because of the existence of a threat like you that I must destroy this world and recreate a more perfect world. And in this process, I will also touch the perception of the Creator and truly become a flawless, supreme God with absolute control, dominating the entire universe." Chinrue shook his head just for the so-called absolute control. The will of the abyss you control induced those stupid gods to destroy almost all the planes. Now, you want to kill the last remaining creatures of this main plane? You're actually puzzled by this kind of thing? I really don't know how you have the power you have now. There was a hint of astonishment in the Overgod's voice. In my memory, hatred should have said something to you. Weakness is the most unforgivable original sin. Weakness doesn't mean that they have lost the meaning of their existence, and it doesn't mean that you can arbitrarily deprive them of the meaning of their existence. Chinrue shook his head. In my understanding, the ants in your eyes are the foundation of this world. The millions of lives are the roof of the entire world. Fools! The Overgod shook his head disdainfully. You don't have the awareness that a god should have, and you don't dare to look directly into your heart. Now, I will grant you this awareness. With that, the Overgod's left eye flashed, and an identical person gradually separated from Chinrue's body. Look directly into the darkness in your heart. The Overgod's laughter was full of malice. Originally, he was a little afraid of this newly ascended god, but now it seemed that this guy's weakness was too obvious. As long as he reflected the darkness divinity in this person's heart, he would not even need to do anything, and he could win without fighting. This is the supreme power of the curse. Back then, the gods succumbed to the darkness divinity because of their desire to live, and thus fell into your control. I can guess that most of the power produced by their destruction was absorbed by this divinity and transmitted to you, who is sealed in the elemental realm. No wonder your strength could recover to this extent. Those pitiful fellows are still delusional about seizing my supreme key after they recover and continue to seal you. As long as they completely recover, you will directly break the seal and descend. The Overgod said proudly, "My will is not something that can be shaken by those stupid minions. Since they dared to go against their superiors in the past, they must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. However, you should be more worried about yourself now." Chinrue's eyes shone with a penetrating light. Looking at the person in front of him who looked exactly the same as him, he suddenly laughed. "I've fought him more than once. He has a name, Shura." It turned out that this darkness divinity was actually Shura, who had originally disappeared. He once disappeared from my heart, but I know that he has always existed, just like myself. Chinrue slowly walked toward Shura. In the course of life, I have always been looking straight at him and straight at myself. Shura looked at Chinrue approaching, but did not make a move. Instead, like a mirror, he revealed the same smile. Their figures merged into one, as if nothing had happened. The Overgod was finally moved. The self that even the gods surrendered to was actually so easily conquered by this person. Perhaps it was not conquered. From the beginning, for him, darkness had no threat. Just like what he said himself, I have always been looking straight at him. In fact, it was not that nothing had happened. The moment Chinrue walked into Shura, the strange feeling in the super system became more and more intense. In the midst of changes, all the data, abilities, and even the Galaxy Divinity Temple had completely disappeared. Only the vast universe was still as bright as before. Those things that had disappeared might have never really existed in this universe. But in Chinrue's heart, They were the most real existence. The power that he had vaguely touched before had slowly been grasped in his hands. The supersystem was the real universe. The data displayed before was just one of the changes in the universe. Darkness, light, destruction, creation, life. Death, it was the same. All changes returned to the origin. In the end, it would return to the beginning. No light, no form, no shape, no name. This was E. In the midst of understanding, the bright starlight in Chun Rue's pupils disappeared, but his temperament seemed more and more vast. The Overgod finally began to look at Chun Rue seriously. This person's persistence and breath were very strange. He was definitely not comparable to ordinary gods. A certain sense of danger was also becoming clearer and clearer. For the first time in his life, he had such a feeling when facing an enemy. In that case, what are you still hesitating for? The Overgod asked with a sneer. The power of this plane was integrated into this sentence, turning into a sharp force that pressed straight towards Chun Rue. The Overgod took the initiative to attack. At their level, the confrontation between words was no longer a simple psychological tactic, nor was it as simple as saying the law. Instead, it was a great rule power that directly faced the mind. Once there was a flaw in the mind, it would be completely suppressed, and the subsequent attack would be at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, this was not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of the mind. The heart was inescapable. Chapter 1275. I'm just thinking, Chun Rue replied, and the power of the plane suddenly distorted. The pressure in the Supreme God's words was like flowing water meeting a rock in the middle of a pillar, and it immediately split. Does this world need gods? Are you denying the meaning of your existence? The Supreme God sneered, and the plane became cold. If it was an ordinary fake god, their soul would freeze and die instantly if they stayed here for a second. I'm not a god. Chun Rue smiled indifferently, but his tone was unprecedentedly firm. After saying this, his aura became even more unfathomable. It was as if he was the vast universe, and no matter how the power of the plane changed, it could be contained in it. These simple words revealed the strength and persistence of the soul, which made the Supreme God secretly tremble. He suddenly thought of something and showed a shocked expression. The founder! The founder! Chun Rue was surprised. It couldn't be. Before he crossed over, he was a real loser. If he was really the founder and the lord of the earth, the Supreme God immediately denied his guess. No, if it was the real power of the founder, just one look at me and I would be completely annihilated. Chun Rue frowned. The power of the founder is so strong. Of course, that's the supreme existence that created the universe. Even though I've never seen him, as the first life form that was born from the book of life and death, I know very well of his existence. His realm is also my lifelong goal. The Supreme God's left eye shone brightly, as if he wanted to see through everything about Chun Rue. His voice became deeper and deeper. Although your power is not even a billionth of his, the aura is indeed very similar. Perhaps you have obtained a power seed or some other secret treasure left by the founder to reach the level you are today. That must be it. Otherwise, with your actual age, how could you grow to the same level as me? The Supreme God's words made Chun Rue immediately come to a realization. He thought of the situation before he crossed over. Right, that damn mobile phone. And the super system at Chun Rue's current realm. It was clear that it was just like the skills and data of the realms before the super system. Whether it was the mobile phone or the super system, it was just a form of the universe's change. No matter what form it took, the final outcome was the same. The originator, let's call it that for now, should be the most original existence. It might have left its traces in many universes and planes, and he was just one of the lucky ones. Moreover, he was lucky enough to walk all the way to the end. Perhaps it was not the end, but a new beginning. Evolving the universe and comprehending the mysteries of life were only the first step. After mastering the state of E, Chenrue seemed to have seen a new starting point. This starting point had more unknowns and unknowns. The answer lies in the vast universe. However, these were all matters of the future. If he wanted to enter the future, he had to protect the present. Right now, the most important thing was to defeat the Overgod, save his family, friends, and all the lives in the plane that were about to be destroyed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet an existence like you. This is my best chance. The Overgod suddenly laughed, his voice filled with ecstasy. As long as I devour your soul and power and obtain your enlightenment, my realm will have a qualitative leap. It will also be easier for me to reach the highest level. Chenrue also laughed, and his smile was filled with determination. I still haven't figured out whether this world needs a god or not. But I can be sure of one thing. This world doesn't need you. It's obvious that you've just comprehended this power. I won't give you time to comprehend it. I'll use all my strength to unleash my strongest attack, a sure-kill blow. The Book of Life and Death, Book of Destruction, and Book of Creation in the Overgod's hands simultaneously emitted a strong light and slowly merged into his body. The blood-red eyes flashed, and he suddenly added, "You want to protect the living beings in the demon realm, right? This elemental plane definitely can't withstand the shockwaves caused by our battle. The entire main plane will be affected. The things you want to protect will be destroyed by you with your own hands." The Overgod didn't have the concept of sinister. In his eyes, the winner was king, and the strong were respected. In battle, there was no limit to what one could do. Moreover, as the supreme ruler, he wasn't bound by any rules. Chenrue wasn't moved, and his answer became even more resolute. That is, the power that completely overwhelms you. Both of their wills were extremely strong, and words could no longer break each other's hearts. Therefore, both of them attacked at the same time. Endless light appeared around Chenrue and the Overgod at the same time. The bright power and the blood-red power were locked in a stalemate, like two vast universes. The next moment, the universes intertwined and collided. Looking at the gloomy sky of the demon realm, for some reason, everyone's sense of danger didn't really disappear because of the weakening of the reflection. Instead, it became even stronger. The silence before the storm finally ended. An entire world shook violently. Everyone's consciousness and soul began to tremble, as if they had fallen into some strange darkness that could dissipate at any moment. The trembling lasted for a long time. As for how long, no one could be sure, because even time had changed under this indescribable power. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. No one knew what was going to happen. No one knew if they could survive. All the fear, despair, helplessness, and other emotions were transferred into the blood-red universe through a special channel. The blood-red power in the universe grew stronger and stronger. It pressed down on the bright universe and gradually gained the upper hand. In the bright universe, Chenrue slowly spread his hands. The bright power flourished and firmly resisted the power of the blood-red universe. In the dark vision of the people of the demon realm, light appeared. That gentle light seemed to be hope. Everyone's eyes looked at hope, at least in the darkness. They didn't look around blankly. In the battlefield in the alternate dimension, Chenrue also felt that kind of emotion, or perhaps it was called emotion. There was light and darkness in people's hearts at the same time. They would be afraid because of certain things, and they would also be fearless because of certain things, because they were people, not gods. The so-called gods in front of him were just people who had reached a higher level of power. Therefore, he was just a person. It was like looking directly at the dark self that had always existed. In that instant, Chenrue finally understood some kind of truth and found his own path. He wasn't like the person in front of him. Although he had near-invincible power, he couldn't see himself clearly. No matter how hard he tried, he could only pace back and forth in the same place. Chenrue's heart had completely calmed down. The power of the universe also calmed down and retracted. In this situation, the blood-red universe surged forward without hesitation, instantly swallowing the dazzling power of the universe. In the instant that the dazzling power of the universe swallowed him up, Chinrue's eyes still seemed calm, like the primordial chaos that gave birth to countless lives. There was no light, no form, no shape, no name. The mortal plane, perhaps because of his faith and prayers, the shaking of heaven and earth gradually calmed down. In the other dimension, the most violent shaking also calmed down. Chinrue's body was surrounded by endless blood-red stars. In front of him, the paramount god stared at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. A moment later, the paramount god said, "Why do you have this kind of power?" Chinrue thought for a moment, then answered, "Because I have more than just power." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack sounded, and the blood-red pupil of the paramount god's left eye cracked. At the same time, all the blood-red stars cracked. Next, the body of the paramount god, along with the entire blood-red universe, completely shattered, revealing the even more dazzling universe behind it. The constellations that were full of life were especially dazzling. Under the illumination of these stars, the shattered blood-red color broke down into countless particles until it completely disappeared. The people of the demon realm didn't know what was happening in the other dimension. They only saw the 2 moons that they hadn't seen in a long time appear in the sky again, emitting a gentle light, just like before. The haze in their hearts finally dissipated, and heartfelt cheers rang out in every corner. In another place, Blanche's eyes slowly opened, and she looked at the 2 people in front of her in surprise. One was an extremely beautiful woman, her blue eyes as deep as the ocean, holding the hand of a delicate and adorable little girl. The 2 of them gave Blanche a sense of security and tranquility. "My name is Veronica, and this is Avril. Welcome home, Blanche." Veronica stretched out her hand. "Home." Blanche felt a little dazed. Looking at Veronica smile, she felt the warmth and friendliness that came from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but hold her hand, and suddenly found that her hand and body had returned to normal. "How do you know me? What is this place?" "This is the Astral Divinity Temple, or rather, it used to be called this. In any case, it was created by that guy." At the mention of that guy, Veronica's smile became even more gentle. "From now on, this is your home and also our home. Him." Blanche already understood, and then revealed a puzzled expression. "Didn't I already disappear? Even if it's a soul?" Veronica looked at Avril. "In this world full of hope, anything is possible. Let's go sit over there, and you can listen to Avril's story. You should be able to get the answer." Compared to Avril's weakest consciousness, the remaining consciousness on the glasses and the crystal ball was much stronger. Somewhere further away, or to be more precise, a whole new world in some universe. Another pair of eyes opened, and the look was very strange. It seemed indifferent to everything, but it contained deep emotions. He looked around in surprise, and the most surprising thing was that he still existed. Yes, he existed. This was the meaning of life that he understood. Through some kind of test, he passed on to another, more hopeful person. Now it seemed that that person did not let him and Elucier down. "Is that you?" A very familiar voice rang out behind him. It was an unforgettable voice. She was his lover, sister, and companion. In order to prevent her from being cursed and falling into the blasphemy of darkness, he did not hesitate to destroy the last remnant of her soul. From that moment on, his real soul had been destroyed along with her, and the only thing left was the determination to completely destroy the will. "It's me." He didn't wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. He carefully and slowly turned around and saw her smiling at a glance. It was just like the first time they met. In the distance, some figures were waving at him. They were all there. It turned out that whether it was the past, present, or tomorrow, they had never left. He looked at the strange clothes on his body and suddenly smiled. Another world! As he spoke, he held her hand and strode towards the men. Dark Moon residence. Duo, who was next to Fei Air, suddenly sensed something and showed a look of surprise. She jumped up and turned into a flame, flying toward the gate of the courtyard. Dad! Mom! Hearing this voice, Daodu in Fei Air's arms also reacted. This time, the sharp-eyed brat accurately found the two figures that appeared at the door and happily stretched out her little hand to point there. After the sky completely returned to normal, Augulus and others had already realized a possible outcome. They all stood up and went to the door. The door was very lively. All the people who left with Chenrue were all there. However, powerhouses like Augulus, Palgoris, Melia, and Span were keenly aware of some changes in these people. They couldn't tell what it was specifically, but they had an incredible feeling. The most incredible thing was that Chenrue, who was tightly hugged by Duo, was clearly in front of them, but he seemed as far away as the stars. That kind of temperament couldn't be described in any words. Humph! No matter what he is my son-in-law anyway. Augulus comforted himself. He glanced at Palgoris on the side like a demonstration, and he smiled with his two daughters who returned safely. However, when the space ring containing most of his belongings was moved and conveniently taken away by a daughter, and the other daughter didn't bother to be moved at all. Instead, she stretched out her hand to touch Joanna's buttocks. His Majesty Dragon Emperor's smile froze on his face. Humph, I have daughters too. The other Dragon Emperor was obviously not confident when he said this, and he didn't see Ariel. However, since the human was fine, Ariel was naturally fine. It was very likely that she had obtained some kind of unimaginable benefit like those guys. Melia still couldn't help but ask, Chenrue, have you reached that level? As soon as the sentence came out, Palgoris, Augulus, and the others all pricked up their ears. What level have you reached, brother? Fei Air asked curiously. God. Rex vaguely guessed, and he felt inexplicably excited. His son had actually become a god? Fei Air, on the other hand, was frightened. She covered her mouth in surprise. I am not a god. Chenrue smiled at Fei Air and touched her head. This sentence was not only an explanation, but also a new starting point for him. I know, brother is brother. Alice answered first. Brother is Chenrue. Chenrue as in chin. Chenrue as in Chenrue. As she said this, the little princess used her official position for personal gain and kissed Chenrue hard in front of everyone, indicating that brother was no different from before. He was still kissed by the princess. This action was met with Duodwa's counterattack. For a moment, Chenrue's face was covered with the little girl's saliva stains as she declared her independence. Chenrue laughed and used his beard stubble to poke his daughter's face. The little girl discontentedly crawled into Catherine's arms and acted like a spoiled child. In this world, there is another world. Do we really need gods? After smiling and kissing her daughter, Catherine, who had personally experienced that battle and was also the goddess of wisdom from another universe, asked the most profound question. This is a question that requires a long time to think about. I still don't know the answer now. The only thing I can be sure of is that Chenrue shook his head and glanced at everyone present. I need everyone. A knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. Alice happily jumped onto Chenrue's back. Miss Duo was unwilling to be outdone and occupied Papa's neck. Kia mischievously wanted to hang another koala on him, but the naughty child didn't give her any face and cried loudly as usual. Outside the frolicking crowd, Ben Hong stood quietly in the corner and watched this scene. His calm eyes seemed to be without joy or sorrow, but there was no longer the loneliness from before. There was only one sentence in his heart. Whether I look at you or not, your heart is always in my heart, and I won't give it up. End of book.